Airways Navajo Casino and Resort in Loop, Arizona, downtown Loop, Arizona, and on the Great Navajo Nation. For the record, I do have Chairman Hino here with us, Madam Chair Charles and Chairman Daniel So, Honorable Helona, Honorable Wanika, Honorable Stewart, Honorable Keon Begay, Chairman Rick Nez, Honorable Paul Begay, and I do believe Honorable Vince James, Honorable Eugene So too as well. Good morning, colleagues that are here in the room with us this morning. Today's date is Thursday, March 24th. This is a 2-day session if needs be. We will be starting here today at 9:14 BST time. We'll call that non-Navajo. Is it? I'm always getting confused on the times here, but it's 9:14 on the clock that I see. And there's a proposed agenda here before us. Colleagues, we have to be out of here by 5 o'clock today, but there is in case if we need to continue on moving forward, we do have a proposed agenda to extend ourselves into tomorrow, March 25th, from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. too as well. There is a proposed agenda that was posted 24 hours in advance. Presiding as myself, Seth Damon, Speaker of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. So we did call the meeting to order again at 9:14 a.m. Let's go ahead and get a roll call and then we'll go on from there. So doing a roll call. Morning.
Yeah, it's Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay answered roll call. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. is present. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Elder Paul Begay is present.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. is present. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not answer roll call. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton answered roll call. Honorable Amber Canas-Bacrati. Honorable Amber Canas-Bacrati. Honorable Amber Canas-Bacrati answered roll call. Honorable Herman Daniels. Honorable Herman Daniels. Honorable Herman Daniels is present. Honorable Speaker, Presiding Chair Seth Damon. Honorable Speaker answered roll call and is present. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland did not answer roll call. Honorable Pernell Helona. Honorable Pernell Helona is present. Honorable Jamie Henio. Honorable Jamie Henio answered roll call and is present. Honorable Vince James.
Yeah, they have been Delegate James present.
Honorable Vince James answered roll call. Honorable Rick Nez. Honorable Rick Nez answered roll call and is present. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl, answer roll call. Honorable Rick. Honorable Rick. Honorable Honorable Charlotte. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not answer roll call. Honorable Daniel So.
Daniel So is present.
Honorable Daniel So answered roll call and is present. Honorable Eugene So.
Oh, who's this team?
Honorable Eugene So answered roll call. Honorable Charlene So is excused. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So did not answer roll call. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not answer roll call. Honorable Edison Juanica. Honorable Edison Juanica answered roll call and is present. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
I am here. Good morning, everyone.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie answered roll call. Honorable Ginny Yellowhair.
Delegate Yellowhair is present.
Honorable Ginny Yellowhair answered roll call. Go back up once more. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown answered roll call and is present. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland did not answer roll call. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater did not answer roll call. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So. Otto So did not answer roll call. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. is on the phone call. With that, Honorable Speaker, you have 19 delegates who answered roll call.
Thank you very much for that. Colleagues, good morning, everyone. Again, thank you for being on the line. We do have 19 members present here at today's at the intake committee meeting. That, let's go on down to our invocation. And I respectfully ask if, my invocation is one for.
Well, thank you, Speaker. I know the members of the Naabik'íyáti committee. I know the staff that are here with us too. So, yeah, take staff and vice president. Yeah, take. Then people that are on the line, yeah, take all can happen. We all know that today, when the spring part of it, is for this. I don't think we know that the was changed, that they are the influence. Issues that we should have to hear. Issues today when we're in that, most of the influence and all the new plans that are coming out within the small of the network. Because you would and then the sound of the eagles to aid over that time. We always say that hard to see in the Atsa, and then she do whatever Yazahale. Is me at the end, is you get the sound of the eagles, is you got the Yabi, it's not. I would say it's at that time. So, I just see in so we will get more, and so we will get that. We have a spring coming in with new thoughts, new plans that we're going to have. It should be a citizen that every artisan that citizen that has seen leaders. Result of this, no sound, I don't need to tell you this. I don't just sound to sound, Charles, so I just can't. No, to the cone, John, I don't the cone, I stress to the Hussein one. I don't know that, I don't know that too. How to be don't is done. I don't say, oh, no way, I don't get Hussein, young, that they call the EA. So that, I don't so that. I don't the age of Nazi, the car. I don't that the echo, it's not kiss with men the corner. How they call them, try on it, long men the corner. Il y a grand peu d'arbres blancs dans des grandes bêtes, c'est là, même de grandes. Il y a autre chose, le poteau dit non, dans des grandes et tout le zondat, zondat, il y a grand qui passe en de grandes. C'est ce qui est une des bijoux et à de bijoux avec l'arbre de ce qui porte même de grandes. Car et grandes, il s'en casse dans ta immension, ou le gars et avec l'arbre de. Et car il y a grand chaque dans des grands champs de tabac, non d'ordre. If in some case of this, if you has two sounds, it's clearly a record and then keep each. How would they call such as Dante or the Sindante or this? The hit or either the Trapo, you can the corner. Eddie G at the Arwood at the Taha, at the Attic, how it would add across the down at the eco, at Johador in the corner. Hard that they is how is the sheet of an architect. So there's a milliard of this, not even echo, the general echo, sheet echo, house, we don't have echo, but it was out of another yard, which yard, at the doors, he did all he did it he did all he did he did Sakis in he ate the Nico, what are they called? The whole as leaned called other Baho Zeta. So the Zendos, other cause there, but 100 little. Don't his house, his love, the years being there. I call his sound, I call sad never to does. Not that it doesn't get up and not that it's something upon his sound here does lean, but I'm his bodies. Arch or glass love or other upon sick case and they call his not his lean, O Bay in another decree. In the Niki article of the nation, Jota, Squilla, Yaki, Nikishia, Nakisinda. Akkurat det var jag har sett då hit ni jobbet är det kom till kisela jobbat är det det giro och det bara så kisela kom I giro fast är det till det med att så det kom jo jag också I får det då det är ju när det kom kan och chis det ni och det kom annan det tar då annan det pass det ni det kom har det så det kom att san det ni det kan det kom det har det kom det na kan det kom det och har ju eko jag har kan olja men det går inte så kan ad in han kan det går inte gina ad nada allt det nada men det går inte eko bolje nada ni det betyder det då blir det kom så nå på eko när han det eko det hizad den kom عشان تقول يكون بس تروم لين يكون بدأت تروم هنا يبان بدأت تروم توصل لون هنا توصل لون ده كون كأن يستحق لون هذا يكون إيه الجزام لين بقى ياخد التوصيل بين هذا اللي داس جو خان ديتل جو تيكل خان ديتل نحن تانكس كأستونو نحن نكأستونو عندك هو ده نحن تحكيه الناس لا اللي بكون بهويتين وفهم لتوصل به Island oder da die kommen die sind so ich kommen sagen da die kommen zu diesem Land die kommen als der kommen je no wo je no sleep als der kommen da die geht sie oder die kommen jo oder das so ich kommen wo je no sleep wo je no sleep wo je no sleep wo je no sleep
Thank you very much, Honorable Elmer Brigade, for that wonderful invocation this morning. With that, colleagues, let's go ahead and continue on down on our proposed agenda here before us. Item number 2 is recognizing guests and visiting officials. Just as a intro, I did not see her before, but good morning to our Madam Chief Justice for being here with us this morning. Thank you very much, Madam Chief Justice, for being here this morning with us. Colleagues, any recognizing guests or visiting officials at this time? Freeland.
Speaker, good morning, Chantal, colleagues and staff. Shinarmas Brigade, Elmer Brigade, for the invocation. Speaker, this morning, colleagues, I want to recognize 3 individuals. This morning, I wanted to recognize, he's not in the room, but our Eastern Agency Council Chapter President, Johnny Johnson is here, as well as Central Agency Council, Joseph Dedman. I always think of him as Sheriff Joe Dedman. He's also around. They're also here. I also wanted to recognize Ms. Roslyn So this morning and thank her IHS Navajo region team for being here. I jokingly told her this morning, I said I was calling her IHS director already. So, but we're very proud of her and look forward to her confirmation in DC. So this morning, Speaker, let's give her a round of applause, Chantal. One of our own, as well as to all of our people out there, the families, especially the 1,500 plus families who are still healing and who are still going through a transition of losing a loved one from COVID or other means or other ailments. We're thinking of you all this morning. We're praying for you all. It's been a hard 2 years. A lot of us are just in that mindset where we're coming through and healing right now. So we're thinking of all of our people at this time. Speaker, thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Freeman. With that, colleagues, any other recognizing guests or visiting officials at this time? Honorable Nathaniel Brown, good morning. The floor is yours.
Ayape, Speaker Otto, 24th Navajo Nation Council, Anoto, Congressman of the Nation Kedoshne. I wanted to recognize one of our very own running for the United States Congress for the state of Arizona. Currently, we don't have a representative at the federal level as far as Congress or Senate. But Miss Ginger Sight Torres, who is her family city for Congress, it'll be in the district in the greater Phoenix area. She's asked me what the Navajo leadership's thoughts were and if we would support her. I know that she has within the Phoenix area, I see her every day campaigning, meeting with individuals. But I think this is where we need a voice in the halls of Congress. No one can speak for Navajo but us. I just want to recognize her tireless efforts every day in the Phoenix area. My understanding is an ASU law school alumni, so she is well connected in the Phoenix area. But in Hikodoshi, we would need support, and I'll be dropping, I don't know, but I'm going to consult with my colleagues here, dropping a legislation and support. So that was her question also. But she is putting a lot of the work in already. One of our very own, and I think part of the way is paid for her. Will be forwarding information about, yesterday she was at the Payastawa Peak with the memorial run and the early morning sunrise ceremony that they had for military Payastawa, I think Lori Payastawa. So Ada, not kinda, so Bakadi Jashi Kodam. Yeah.
Thank you very, very much, Honorable Brown. With that, any other recognitions of, yes, our visiting officials, colleagues? Twice. Or 3 times. Thank you again, colleagues. Before we go on down to item number 3, I'd just like to do a personal recognition myself. We do have, as we always say, once a delegate, always a delegate. We do have our former delegate, Honorable Leonard Chi, here with us. Good morning, Honorable Chi. Thank you very much for being here with us. With that, I'd like to say too as well, colleagues, for the first time ever since the pandemic, or probably since the January of 2021, this is the most ever of us meeting here together again. There's 17 delegates in one room. So again, thank you very much for being here, colleagues. It's good to see everyone. With that, moving on down, item number 3, review and adopt the agenda. So we can read the agenda into the record.
Thank you, Speaker. Members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee. This is the Naabik'íyáti Committee of the 24th Navajo Nation Council regular meeting via telecommunication in person at Twin Arrows Navajo Casino Resort, Navajo Nation, Thursday, Friday, March 24th, 25th, 2022. Proposed agenda. Presiding Chair, Honorable Speaker Seth Damon, 24th Navajo Nation Council. 1, call meeting to order, roll call, invocation. 2, recognize guests and visiting officials. 3, review and adopt the agenda. 4, review and adopt the journals. There are no journals. 5, receive reports, no reports. 6, old business A, legislation 0257-21. New business, there are no new business. 8, close the meeting. Announcements, adjournment. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rico. With that, colleagues, is there a motion? Motion, Honorable Lona, second by Madam Chair Charles Newton. Any comments, questions, additions, deletions? And twice. 3 times. School board, vote.
Honorable Elmer Begay. Well, Elmer Begay votes in favor. Honorable Keelan Begay Jr. Honorable Keelan Begay Jr. votes in favor. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes in favor. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes in favor. Honorable Eugenia Charles Loon, how do you vote? Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes in favor. Honorable Amber Kines Bakrati, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Kines Bakrati. Honorable Amber Kines Bakrati did not vote. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote? Well, Herman Daniels votes in favor. Presiding Chair, Honorable Speaker Damon not voting. Honorable Mark Freeland, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes in favor. Honorable Pernell Halona, how do you vote? Honorable Pernell Halona votes in favor. Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote? Honorable Jamie Henio votes in favor. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote?
James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes in favor. Honorable Rick Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez, votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes in favor. Honorable Carl Slater, how do you vote? Honorable Carl Slater votes in favor. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes in favor. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes in favor. Honorable Charlene So is excused. Honorable Daniel So, how do you vote? Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So did not vote. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote?
Occasion.
Honorable Eugene So votes in favor. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Otto So votes in favor. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not vote. Honorable Edison Juanita, how do you vote? Honorable Edison Juanita votes in favor. Honorable Edwin Yazzie, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Edwin Yazzie votes in favor. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
I'll vote green.
Oh, Jimmy Yellowhair votes in favor. Going back up. Honorable Amber Kines-Bricati, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Kines-Bricati votes in favor. Honorable Daniel So, how do you vote? Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So did not vote. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not vote. With that, Honorable Speaker, you have 20 delegates that voted in favor.
Thank you very much. That colleagues, 20 in favor, 0 opposed. Speaker not voting. Or, yes, no, they're not voting this way. That colleagues, we do have an approved agenda before us. Let's go ahead and continue on down. Item number 4, review and adopt the journals. There are none. Item number 5, receiving reports. There are none. Item number 6, old business. A, legislation 0257-21, sponsored by myself, co-sponsored by Honorable Freeland, co-sponsored by Honorable Bologna. Honorable Freeland will be doing the presentation today, colleagues. With that, let me go to Mr. Rico to do a recap, and then I'll go to Honorable Freeland to give you we'll go to Honorable Freeland for a recap for 3 minutes, and then after that, we'll go ahead. I'll go to the floor. Mr. Rico, what is yours?
Thank you, Speaker and members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee. Tracking number 0257-21 in action related to the Naabik'íyáti Committee, Navajo Nation Council, allocating $1,166,003,000 of the Navajo Nation Fiscal Recovery Funds, approving the Navajo Nation Fiscal Recovery Fund expenditure plans for water and wastewater projects, broadband projects, home electricity connection projects, housing and housing renovation projects, bathroom addition projects, and hardship assistance. Legislation is sponsored by Honorable Speaker Seth Damon, co-sponsored by Honorable Mark A. Freeland, co-sponsored by Honorable Pernell Halona. We currently have a motion in place by Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, a second by Honorable Wilson C. Stewart Jr. On January 20th, 2022, there was a motion to refer legislation 0257-21 with one amendment to a Naabik'íyáti Committee work session for no more than 60 days to discuss an amendment that equally distributes initially allocated Navajo Nation federal recovery funds. This motion was made by Honorable Chairman Jamie Heniels, second by Honorable Chairwoman Eugenia Charles Newton, with a vote of 17 in favor, 4 opposed, with Chairman Damon not voting. On March 3rd, 2022, the Naabik'íyáti Committee did have the work session. The work session was completed. So now we are back to the legislation, Speaker. You do not need a motion or a second to take this legislation off table because it was not tabled, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rico, for that recap. That colleagues on legislation 0257-21 again. Mr. Rico indicated, we do have a motion. And a second. So let me go ahead and go to Honorable Freeland for a recap, and then I'll go to the floor from there. That Honorable Freeland, what is yours?
Speaker Damon, members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, Naabik'íyáti Committee, to our staff and all of our guests and visitors this morning. Good morning to you all. Good morning, Shema. Thank you for allowing us to present this information of legislation 0257-21. This legislation, of course, is in response to the declaration of the COVID-19 pandemic and looking for opportunities to help mitigate COVID, work with the communities, and bring relief to our Navajo people entirely. The initial allocation was at $1,166,003,000 with the establishment of a physical recovery plan, as well as the creation of the fund management plans, as well as fund management plan, as well as the expenditure plans as well. And the overall initial plan, of course, was taking out the plan was to have at least 3 or 4 expenditure plans set forth, but because we did make the change to hardship, the remaining expenditure plans were taken out. So we're left with this one expenditure plan at this time. Now, colleagues, this one expenditure plan does focus on 5 primary areas. It focuses on water and wastewater. It focuses on broadband. It focuses on home electricity connections. It also focuses on housing and housing renovations. And the big component, of course, is bathroom additions as well. We have concluded with the hardship assistance portion of the ARPA, and I'm hoping a lot of our people have gotten their hardship assistance and continue to get those hardship assistance checks throughout this month as well. So that's kind of a recap at this time right now, Speaker. And we do have several agents today. I have various agents working throughout the room. It just depends on what topic, what focus area. We do have this plan that was set forth by the Office of the President and Vice President taking the lead, putting forth delegate regions, but putting forth a plan that addresses these specific needs in these specific areas related to the legislation. The legislation itself does address chapter submissions. There was chapter submissions that were made through the Division Community Development Portal. Those projects were vetted through the DCD portal, and they were deemed or not deemed to be in compliance with the ARPA law or ARPA legislation that was set forth by Congress. So the projects that were established or deemed to be eligible were into one of 66 categories that are set forth by the U.S. Treasury guidelines. So on some information that was passed out, you'll see those projects that are deemed eligible with a number next to them as well. So there are 66 categories that each of those projects have to fall into place into. So that's kind of an overall recap, Speaker, and I just want to say thank you to the team that put the plan together. We have several working consultants, Ms. Shauna Bellet and Mr. Tim Wolf, Chief of Staff Paulson Chaco. I believe Mr. Walter Haas was also a part of it. Others as well who provided their technical assistance. Oh, and Mr. Andrew Robertson and Tyson Ajini from Sauter Miller, who worked on the water component, as well as Mr. Rex Kuntz. Thank you all for your expertise in identifying these projects. Now, these projects, of course, are streamlined. They were set forth and submitted by chapters, but there's also listing that were submitted by the Office of Environmental Health and Indian Health Service as well. So we do have the sanitary deficiency system listing as well. Is more component as an STS list, or referred to as an STS list. That's a separate discussion on the water portion of the plan as well. So thank you to Indian Health Service as well, and particularly Congress for funding the next 5 years of that plan on the STS. So with that, Speaker, I wanted just to provide a little bit of detailed information and ready to get to work. And I don't know if any of my agents want to say anything. I do have several agents scattered throughout the room, but I wanted just to present that this morning, and of course say thank you, Paulson, and thank you to all of our leadership who have been involved with this plan. And I personally feel it's a good plan. I had the opportunity to present in my chapters and work in my chapters as well. So 8 chapters that I represent in each agency. So Speaker, with that, I want to go ahead and say thank you, and be glad to stand for some questions right now. So I'll need my agents to kind of collectively know where you're sitting at. I see you throughout the room. So if you can identify yourselves and let me know where you're at, that way I can turn to you for guidance and assistance as well related to my colleagues' concerns and questions and comments. So, Idiot Speaker, I wanted just to do a recap this morning. Thank you.
Thank you very much with that. This is what happened in the queue so far. I have Honorable Vince James and Chair Charles. That Honorable Vince James, floor is yours. Chair McCarty up to you.
Another speaker,
Oh,
other members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. Dosha Kahasinko Yat Kodo Naabik'íyáti Linigi the Quigoshi kids. Sesnelako. Dide Ado Kodo Hitato Nanavsons legislation 0257. Ako Jane do Atsahigi Eya Kodo Yahat Dishni. President has Anjan Bishi Hinans if he days on. Ako only the Haho Jijana Behanidzen. Khalid out Eya 18 Kodo Aspect Nila had Egi Nahas Ani. That is a car at the Atlantic no. Of course, Kata na the car that's so that I at 8 or less. I put out 8 hours in later. Partners Nele, but now has on, but he had made down for the now is now. I put out that yard 8 or less. The snow, the queen sheet, a nasty vehicle. Ado Nana Bikaho the Kunzab with Anna the source of cake on the Nahadia Ako a large Inki Ya Hodo IHS OEH Argent Aya Na Dishkin or this Ako Benina Arjuna Adishkiti or Hanyu Iya Nabati. Now, source for the faith. Actually, I should those staff. If you'd like to have sidebar conversation, if you can step out the room. This is a Naabik'íyáti meeting. You say it's out in the house. Let's have respect for each other. Don't hit in the end, he's don't the east banan or IHS has under OEH. Lede hit in the end, competence, legal he had zero. Navajo partners never reject them housing discretionary funds that's in many. Jokut Addis at now the source of in. Open the OEH IHS with Nahan. Arjun source fanatically. The NTUA. The object now the Taha Ardenaz was fanatically. Quaggy. Hashid Ashi Yana says, Anitha. Aship and Shag Shah. So our constituents are always informed. Those that are in need of running water, they're asked to go to the chapter to fill out an application there to see if the possibility of getting assistance under housing discretionary. Second one is they're also informed of IHS OEH. Third, they're informed of NTUA. All of these three entities they have to fill out application. Number 4 is we have some constituents that are tired of our bureaucracy, the system that we have, the time it takes to get water to their home. So they intend to do it on their own. In regards to these families, materials they use now. Would those kind of families, individual qualify to get reimbursed with this funds if they submit documents? We have families out there that are dedicated and that are utilizing some of their hardship funds to buy supplies because of the lengthy time it takes to get water. So if I can get some answers in regards to reimbursing some of these families throughout the Navajo Nation that go and do their own projects and buy their supplies by having those individuals submit receipts and so forth, can they be reimbursed? Number two, this will be a direct question to IHS OEH. Colleagues, IHS التنين أنا الصوصية إن الإيه خارج شيء أو الإيه بيك أبي بنتي يدخل كتامزن خدا بسمان سأنني لني إلى خيط أهو أخذ صاد سجاء ذات آيات خدا IHS نفنيكي OHH نفنيكي Deep partner, deep not deep quality has any baby card or force. If we need about it on if we put some kind of demand on IHS as council, I think that would suffice a lot of these projects to move forward. There's no demand whatsoever from council. Oh, I just asked something alone. The non should take all ones up the whole just could the aid hit the net hit the whole me. Ecuador SDS listing. Shisha has under for Delegate James. Total funding for water projects, $38,882,999. Thank you for that funding. I have questions into this number here. The number, has Anila. He later cordon hit the application days Nana. That's a DP what's come. Is this part of the funding, this funding that you have provided, this listing that you have provided to me? Does that include all the prior year allocations that were put towards projects? For families, individuals that had already submitted their application before COVID even happened. That's a question that I have. Is that included in this 38 million for my chapters? And another one that I have a big concern with IHS OEH is there is no project numbers in any of your listing. I know you guys have project numbers at IHS for our families, for those individuals that have applied for water line. And they all have project numbers. We need a listing of those project numbers. That way I can go back and review the listing from the chapter level of who's going to be served. And what will really help me too is to have that understanding that if we can get this project number listing, that will move us forward on how to look forward into those bathroom additions. Because right now, IHS, for my chapters, Kittichi, Ganado, Cornfield, Steamboat, and Jedito. And so those 5 chapters, they work with IHS OEH, and they ended up getting a listing. These are the individuals that have project numbers. These are the individuals that have been awarded from Washington, but we can't move forward because we're behind on our projects. And the chapters, my 5 chapters, have stepped in and said, okay, we will assist with building bathroom additions. And that's where we are at. And these bathroom additions that are approved, some of them we're still waiting on IHS and OEH because of plumbing, because of the certified plumber. And they can't move forward to complete the bathroom addition until that certified plumber comes in order for them to put in their sheetrocks to actually complete the bathroom addition. Some of these bathroom additions that have been completed, we've been told that some of these bathroom additions have been awarded and they're just awaiting appliance, the bathtub, the toilet, the sink, the water heater. And that's not moving forward from IHS OEH. And we're waiting for those. And so number 3 is some of these bathroom additions, they've been completed. They have all the appliances and whatnot, but now we find out that IHS is saying we don't have enough funding to take water to that bathroom addition that's been built. So we have homes out there, families that are being told they got assistance from the chapters and they got bathroom addition built. They're in place, they're ready, but you know what? They're told, oh, we can't get water line to the bathroom addition now. Eat alnahas from IHS OEH ebony na additional innovate ahoda to not source not need souls of ayat kodot Ahashi Kenahalona source that's a source of that in Asho. IHS OEH and Ahadidon na Kadeten of that's the end. Kadid all cohort echo. Ako Quaggy AA Ako Hala AP and as Dahigi Italia over the hot at just a honahas Ako. Ako Quaggy Chicago was there. Nana Ade has under IHS OEH is under the reimbursement, not only up. He hit the neck, Ashit up at the last knee. Go Honza, the top of the Hadas, Len Neko. Ako Quaggy Chicago was there. IHS, Ado need. If we need to do an amendment to add regarding the reimbursement, I wouldn't mind working on doing that amendment as well. Ado, Nana, Kodon, NTUA broadband has Anje. Your last mile, your middle mile, any of your projects. Ako shit Sakado a Yaha hit Disney, Leywood Spring, Jewhat Tower, but the only way that happened was because of the fire that occurred over there. Even Nachasha emergency in the Hano, Ada Ilia, the name of Yaha NTUA. Ako, Tishan Lede, Akut Al, Shanast Akut. Certain land area have been withdrawn. Lede Shanada National Income. On Boki Alan Bigi. Haji Lede Nashkis Nedako. You better say it now. Neko. Ako, the steamboat, dog, cottonwood, but Taiki. That whole valley does not have internet service. Le balak up at Saint oh, the youth nen Ketahat, oh, what echo. I don't let Talani, cottonwood, we are that team. That whole valley right there, there's no broadband whatsoever. I don't know what the balak up, the Goldwater loop, the deep net. The don't lay no watch it, low mountain, Ajit, at the now attain. The don't hit the net or the UK that had all echo. Ako, Halit out India, let Ayat in the Ajit hit the net, as Chiniki that had any. Ako, lay Burnside, what was that? Lay Chin Lee, Nishiya, the chapter jet. That 191, that whole valley right there, you can't get internet service. Hansa Chin Lake, and then Chin Lake, that was in the on the Kashi, you start getting internet service again. Ako, Kwagi, Hashim Wanskelo, the central part of the Navajo Nation don't have broadband. Ako, you're listing Navajo nationwide, the Kaikito Nana to be determined. In regards to broadband at NTUA. Upon Argent hit the Nakeda had any Ihajo, but and Dohashi, Hadomas and Hasis Tanishi, Asa is not has unlepo. Legit over Ellen and White Cone. Later, Shadahanano's Neko. Akoko Argito, once you pass White Cone, you go in between those two mountains. It's not quite there's that whole area has no internet service for Echo. Ako Ada, Echo the whole Echo, on Sahakis White Cone, though, the whole cheap. Ako, what out Kodo is came na na ades kido lesto ashi ani Kodo sa machine by Yapi. I was hoping that the Division of Community Development would be here. Upon the later Chief of Staff, I said, the title, Mr. Paulson Chaco, Yad is not us. The Division of Community Development. Listing Hano Ned. Tanas Nelita Portal, Jeta Ila, Jupit out, stop baby, Chumina Ako, then Chita so upon death. The partners Nelaka Shita, Eshi, Ya, Dojo before Neta. At Habo, Argent Kissen Sobo, based on the Yain of KD Etato, so Jokut Abe, which I had see. There were certain chapters that were informed that you can only list 3 projects. So when you look at all of my colleagues, all of the chapter portals, some have more than 5 projects and they're being funded. The chapter, those chapters that were only allowed to submit 3 because of the miscommunication that was done by ASC to the chapters. And Shama Dr. Pro Yellman has confessed this on record, and she made that known that there was a miscommunication. It's not right. It's netako. So when I start looking through the listing for the chapters, There are some chapters that only have 3 projects. Ako apply ki do toyo askat eya ke no cha ha to hajo ka khana ni na ako. Ela sto ke oseto ni his bahas and the queen the sheep and none hides kid. I do not no, see that I've asked this question within the previous 3 leadership meetings that we've had, but you guys always ignored this question. Is there any possibility of opening that back up, that portal for our chapters, or to even have some of these chapters resubmit their projects? Again, that you guys always ignore that question. I don't know if you're going to ignore it this time around again. Ganado has 11 projects. Ganado which is untrue, but the miscommunication that happened from ASC even in Naabik'íyáti in some cases so not just
Thank you very much, Honorable Mitch James. Let me go to Madam Chair Charles Zoon, and then I'll go back to you, Honorable Freeland, for a response on both, if Madam Chair Charles Zoon poses any questions too as well. Madam Chair, good morning. Floor is yours.
I apologize, I'm also secretary of the council. Speaker, yesterday during our leadership meeting, we were presented 4 different options, at least from my account. So we have the original 257-21, which is what is before us here at this time. There was also an amendment 2 with facilities decontamination summary that was presented to us, as well as the email that we received regarding delegate body amendment, and then there was Delegate Slater's amendment as well. So we have 4 different versions in front of us at this time. So I know that we want to immediately jump into the conversation about our chapters and what our chapters need. But I think that to be fair, we should have all 4 in front of us. We should have all 4 in front of us during this time so we can compare. And Speaker, I'm visual and I have to have the print version in front of me. I'm going through the booklet right now, tabbing all of the projects here for Shiprock, because the 4 versions right now, the first version, since we're talking about chapter needs, the first version 0257-21, there's not very much given to the Shiprock community, the largest community on the Navajo Nation. I was just now going through the project listing, and most of our projects technically are either pushed back to the end or they're regional projects that Shiprock is taking credit for. The Amendment 2 version, I think, after Delegate Otto So spoke yesterday about the delegate regions equal distribution, and how or whether the 50-50 formula was taken into consideration. I think that we do need to have that discussion, because we are now at the point where each one of us delegates were arguing for our chapters. And as I stated yesterday on the record, Speaker, that this is not about chapters. This is about our people. It's about being equitable to all of our people. So each of the amendments, they're focused on chapters. They're not focused on the people. We have over 400,000 Navajo people who are registered with their CIDs. And I believe that over half of those people are living off the Navajo Nation. And so when we're talking about these projects here, we are talking about helping Navajo, we're talking about, getting them water. I am in full support of that water, electricity, broadband. I think that those do need to happen. But looking at, I guess, taking into consideration the timeline that's in front of us. And I think that a lot of our people don't understand that we have a timeline in front of us. It's not a timeline that the Navajo Nation said, okay, we want it done by this date. It's a timeline that was established by the federal government. When they gave us that funding, they said, you have to have this money appropriated by this date. You have to spend it by this date. But when you think about that timeline and you think about the projects that are sitting in front of us, I have 2 big binders right now sitting in front of me with all of the project listings. I've gone through them. I've got my areas tabbed. And what really, we had a discussion last night with NTUA, and the question that came up yesterday and the question that came up last night is, how are we going to deal with the right of way? Because that is going to affect us and our timeline. That's number 1. Number 2 is per NTUA, and I'm sure IHS is going to say the same thing, and I'm sure NECA is going to say the same thing. I don't see NECA in here. But the cost of materials right now has doubled, and it's going to keep going up. And the longer we're sitting here debating this legislation, the longer, we're waiting to purchase materials. So even though we're over here, we're saying this much money is going to my chapter, this much money is going to my chapter, realistically, that's not going to be enough to help assist our people. So what I want to know is, number 1, what are those 4 plans right now that have been brought before us? How are they equitable to all the people of the Navajo people? Not just our registered voters. I understand it's election year and we're all about, my people, but really we're saying my registered people who have voted for me, who are going to re-elect me. When we should be saying our Navajo people, regardless of whether they're registered or not. So number 1, how does 257, how does Amendment 2, how does Delegate Crotty's amendment, how does Carl Slater's amendment, how is it equitable to all of the people of the Navajo Nation? Number 1. Number 2 is looking at all of these projects, looking at all of the numbers, looking at the way that the funding is set to be distributed, to be determined by the way council votes on this. How are we going to address right away? And Delegate Chair Rick Nez and RDC, I know that they have been trying to tackle this issue. We took that to Washington and we asked that question on the Tribal Interior Budget Council meeting yesterday. I brought up that question and other tribes jumped on to say, yeah, how are we going to address the right of way? Because in reality, the federal government has set us up for failure if they've set that timeline in place and they have not waived right-of-way requirements. And for those who are listening in, that right-of-way requirement is not a Navajo Nation decision. It is a decision made by the federal government. And right now it takes 6 months to 5 years for a right-of-way to be cleared. So we're talking about all of these, we're seeing all of these numbers right now in front of us, and we're saying, some of us are happy with what's in front of us because it caters to our chapters, to our voters, but we're not looking realistically at what this is going to be. The supply chain, the delivery time is prolonged. We're seeing it every day on the news. It's being recorded. And it doesn't help that we also have a war that's going on. That's also going to challenge or maybe hinder our ability to get supplies here to the Navajo Nation. $6.50 right now is the average cost of gas right now. Arizona is the 10th state with it being the highest gas rate. So we're talking about 110 chapters, and more than half of those 110 chapters are in rural areas. So we know that when we're talking about rural areas, we have to consider the gas prices in addition again to the supply chain, in addition to what is going on here in the world. So the 4 amendments that have been proposed to this council. Again, if we can get a copy so that we can compare and look at overall, how are we servicing? Forget the argument of my chapter, my chapter, my chapter. We as delegates took an oath and we said we are going to stand for the Navajo people. So when you're saying my chapter, what I'm hearing is my chapter is more important than your chapter. My people are more important than your people. So let's get rid of that my chapter and let's talk about the people's needs. So right now we have a breakdown of delegates' regions. 257 broke down the water line or the water projects, the wastewater projects, broadband, home electricity connection. We also have solar, that was also a part of 257, bathroom additions, housing, all of that, has been broken down. But so far, the 4 amendments that have been presented at this time, we're not, I guess, are we taking this money and are we only focused on the Navajo Nation and not the Navajo people? That's what I need to know. Then to me, I think that the arguments about my chapter would make sense. The other request that I have, Speaker, is we do have, I think colleagues, if you guys want to have a conversation, Delegate Daniels, and can you guys go outside? If you guys are a little bit loud, that echoing, we can hear it this way. So I think that if we're going to talk about these amendments, Speaker, what I want to do is I want to dissect it and really have that conversation of who needs water. And then as far as the reimbursement, I know that Delegate James talked about this yesterday. We have a lot of our Navajo people who are, right now we have it on the listing housing. So if we're going to talk about reimbursement, are we going to do the reimbursement for housing as well? For Navajo people who are building their own homes, are we going to reimburse them some of those costs? Because again, if we're talking about being equitable, those are what we have to consider. If we're doing it for one group, we have to do it for everybody else. And so I do agree that there are some families that have taken upon themselves to connect to the water and to to try to provide service to their families that way. But again, are we also going to do the reimbursement for other services that other people are doing? And then the last request that I have is, I know that NTUA did do the breakdown, and I want to commend NTUA for doing this, because we haven't got a breakdown yet from NECA. We haven't got a breakdown yet from a Division of Community Development. We haven't got a breakdown yet from veterans. All we're being told is 10 houses are going to be built. Well, what's the breakdown? How much is one house going to cost? Who is getting that house? What region, are these people from? That's the information that I want to know. And so NTUA, you started off doing a good job. I think we need a little bit more information on the breakdown, and I think we talked about that last night. So if we can get that information as well on the breakdown and the way that these projects were selected. And then for IHS, your SDS listing, we did get that yesterday. We got a copy that was sent to us. What I want to know is your SDS listing. What is the breakdown there as well? We don't have that breakdown aside from the money that is supposedly coming to our area. So for instance, the Navajo area IHS SDS summer listing, I have my main number of projects 80. Home served 3,527. Total cost $7,350,000. $1,002. And when you go to the second tab, there is somewhat of a breakdown with the SBS project listing. But I also know that a lot of our Navajo families have been going into IHS, the OEH office, requesting for assistance. And yesterday we did have that discussion in terms of our bathroom addition. There was a comment made, I can't remember which delegate made that comment, but I believe it, well, I won't say, but I think there was a comment made that if we're building a bathroom, then shouldn't IHS be coming in and putting in the commode, the sink, you know, the tub or the shower? Is Navajo, when we're talking about bathroom additions, are we taking on the full cost of building the bathroom, supplying it with a commode, a sink, bathtub / shower? Or is IHS supposed to be covering some of that cost? And is that some of that cost already included in this SBS project listing? That was a question I thought was a really good question, because that's something I think that we need to know. Because if we go with the second amendment and we get $6,250,000 for each delegate's region, and we just have to build a shell and have IHS come in and fill that shell, that'll save the nation some money. And we could build a lot more, but we also have to work with you to make sure that, you know, when we build 100 bathrooms, that you guys are equipped to furnish or to put equipment into those 100 bathrooms and not just have them sit there as a shell. So I think that those are the conversations that I mean, I want to have today in terms of what has been presented to us, and then the booklets that we have here in front of us with the breakdown of costs. And I think a lot of it was really that breakdown. We want to see that breakdown. We want to see where that's going. We want to see how many, how many Navajo families are we serving. And then the last question that I have for IHS is, at one time, I know that you did come before Naabik'íyáti, and I believe it was during winter session. And it was either fall or winter session when IHS came before us. And it was stated on the record that you guys have the money, you just don't have the resources, meaning you don't have the manpower. So can we get an update on your manpower situation and how Navajo Nation can help to try to assist IHS, because we have a lot of people who want to work, who want to go back to work. We also have small businesses that could help assist with some of these projects. So having this whole conversation on how we can help each other to service our Navajo people, I think that would be more beneficial for me, so I can get into action and try to help to find assistance in those areas. So thank you, Speaker, and again, thank you, colleagues. And if we could get a copy of all 4 of the amendments in front of us, I think that would help at least me to see the differences between the 4. Thank you, Speaker.
Speaker.
Thank you for that, Madam Chair Charles. With that, let me go back to the sponsor, Honorable
Ubashina Ishnata, Speaker Damon, our colleagues and staff, thank you for the comments, questions, and concerns raised by my council delegate, Honorable Vince James. Yeah. Just thank you, Honorable Julie Charles Newton, thank you for your concerns as well. We do have several topics in regards to Honorable Vince James's discussion related to IHS, OEH, NTUA, and the broadband. He also mentioned the bureaucracy factor. the reimbursements of the water projects, are those eligible? Is there eligibility with the chapters? And he also spoke on the demand. I'm not too sure how we can address that. The questions on the figures as well in relation to the SDS, the project numbers and the listing. The chapter bathroom addition, of course, and the bathroom addition, the broadband in areas of I almost said Standing Rock. Steamboat and Solani Cottonwood, as well as the DCD portal and the issue with the ASC miscommunication of three projects being submitted in relation to other chapters. Deja mentioned the 4 options of the potential. Could we get a breakdown of each and how are they going to be beneficial to the Navajo people? The original legislation agreement. Number 2, and then Honorable Crowdy's amendment with Honorable Slater's amendments as well. In regards to the timeline, there's also that discussion in the ask. The rights of ways, we can talk a little bit about the rights of ways as well. The cost of materials going up in relation to inflation, reimbursements, housing breakdown, and of course the SDS listing and bathroom addition. So those are the topics that we've covered. I'm going to start with asking Indian Health Service to reply to those concerns and those questions that were asked. I'm going to ask the N2A, Mr. Kuntz, if you can help out in a little bit of that discussion, as well as Mr. Chaco. Where's Mr. Chaco? He's right there, front center. Okay, thank you, Paulson, to help out with some of those concerns as well as relation to my colleagues that were aforementioned as well. So I'm going to give it over to Mr. Chairman to the Navajo Area Indian Health Service, and then we'll go to N2A, and then lastly, Mr. Chaco, with the response from the Office of the President and the team that put forth the plan. So, Madam Area Director, and your team. And then N2A, I don't know if it's going to be Mr. Haas and Mr. Kuntz. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Freeland and Chicago, Naabik'íyáti, time and your questions. I will try to address all of the questions that were raised so far, but I also have additional team members with me that can help out. Each year, I know the Indian Health Service, at least in the Navajo area, provides a full listing to the Navajo Nation. And on December 3rd, we provided the updated list for 2021 to the Navajo Nation President as well as members of this body. So that information has been provided. According to the report that we shared, there are 349 projects that we have accounted for in our SDS list. So that is what is currently, that's what we have accounted for. And of course, this list will continue to grow as additional requests come in. To the first question that I think that in your binder, I apologize, I was just looking at the binder. The project lists are on there. They're also, the projects are listed, the project numbers are listed also in the document that we sent on December 3rd to the Navajo Nation. So they are accounted for. And you can see on that list where there's different tiers that are already in process, meaning, for example, tier 1 is what we're considering ready to fund projects. So that means that they have gone through all of the steps that are necessary, and we're just looking for funding of that. If you also look at the top part of that, and I can resend this document too if you need it, it does say that at the time that we sent this document, that there are 349 projects that have been identified, and current funding for these projects at that time is 134. Keep in mind that also some of the funds that we're talking about, the infrastructure funds, the final decisions have not been made by Indian Health Service as to how those funds will be distributed. That's the $3.5 billion that has come down to Indian Health Service through the infrastructure bill. And there was tribal consultation on that. I did check this morning that IHS is wanting to make a decision here pretty soon. And hopefully that decision will come down. In our estimate, though, what we have looked at in terms of the way that we have been funded before, and of course, that was one of the questions that went before tribes, was how should we distribute the $3.5 billion? And there were different, I think there was at least 4 sessions, 4 tribal consultation sessions that were provided for tribes to participate in those. If they use the same process that they have in the past for funding, meaning that the same criteria, the same methodology will be used, then we're estimating for Navajo to receive about 128 million of that 3.5 billion over a 5-year period. So just wanting to make sure that we all understand that process. The intent, of course, and the goal is that of all of the IHS SES list that was provided at that time, that $3.5 billion is intended to pay for all of or cover the cost for all of those projects that have been identified. In this case, 349 projects that we have identified for Navajo. I also understand the concern about the delays and so forth. Since I've been in the Navajo area, this is certainly an area that I have put a lot of emphasis on, and a lot of working with our team to make sure that we are, number one, responsive to all of the delegates as these questions come up, and also finding ways that we can be creative to address the needs that we have. There's a lot of coordination that we are already doing with NTUA, with NECA. There's regular meetings that we have with them. We've had regular meetings with the president's office to really encourage ongoing coordination between all of the entities that we have. Additionally, we know also that there's things that are above IHS, meaning that the rights of ways that has already been brought up. We have raised this several times. If this body remembers that in December of 2020, I challenged the BIA for 15 projects that have been delayed with them for several months. And by the way, I would ask that we include BIA in these conversations because they are the partner, they are a critical component of the IHS process. I don't see them represented here. So again, our conversations have been with the goal of streamlining our business processes and to be as efficient as we can, but also understanding that there are delays, not necessarily always on the IHS side, but we're trying to work through some of those. Those 15 projects that I brought to this body early on, amazingly were addressed within 30 days by the BIA, and they were cleared, if you recall. So I know that we can do a better job if we're all working on these, on the efforts to try to clear documents or try to clear plans and so forth. We also will continue to coordinate with all of our partners, whether it be NTUA, NECA, Navajo Nation, and so forth. With regards to staffing, I meet with our team at least once a month now. We have approved several administrative positions for them. For example, we're bringing on their own finance staff. We're bringing on their own, or actually we're not bringing them on, but we're adding to try to build out the HR program for the OEH, because we understand and we recognize that we're going to be hiring a number of, or needing to hire a number of staff. But this is all through, you know, understand that the $3.5 billion is going to be allocated to all of Indian country. And so we're going to again be competing for the same resources like we did or like we continue to do in the pandemic for nurses and so forth. So that's a concern. My background, of course, is also in planning, and we want to make sure that we're doing that as efficiently and as effective as we can. The reports that you have in front of you is the most current information. I am also looking for ways to where we can keep you informed of where your projects are at. As far as the streamlining of the multiple requests for applications, I think that is certainly something that I want to be at the table at to do what we need to do. I know there is a specified process for the Indian Health Service as far as projects that we intend to move to the SES list. So I'm not familiar with the other requirements that we have. However, I do know that we try to work with all of the chapters and try to work through the avenues where people can apply and get their information to us. With regards to the bathroom additions specifically, I know that our job from the IHS is to bring water to the home. We do not do the bathroom additions, and we do not purchase the sinks and those kinds of things that are required to complete the bathroom addition. So that is one limitation one of the limitations that we have, and I just want to be clear on that. And we have communicated that as clearly as possible. We have also met with several of the delegates over the past year or so to try to bring them up to speed on where we are with their projects, and we want to continue to do that. And even more so, we meet with the chapters sometimes through the delegate to try to get information to you. That is my response at this point. Thank you. I'm sorry, I'll add one more, is that there was a question regarding reimbursement. At this point, IHS is not able to do that type of reimbursement, but we can follow up on that to see how we might be able to look at some creative ways that we can move forward. Again, thinking about this strategically, this is an enormous amount of, it's a good thing that to have the funds and the resources that we have, but it's an enormous amount of work that we're all trying to coordinate, again, to improve the lives of many of our tribal people. Thank you.
Ms. So, Director So, and thank you for your response and your team as well. I'd like to ask Mr. Walter Haas and Mr. Rex Kuntz if they can to elaborate as well on some of the questions and comments that were made by my colleagues in relation to the aforementioned broadband as well as other areas of concern. So if we can do that, Mr. Haas and Mr. Kuntz, and maybe the bathroom additions as well, if we could touch upon it. And I'll turn that over to Mr. Chaco and Dr. Yola. Thank you.
Good morning. Speaker Damon and honorable members of the 24th Council. Tim, if you could please, I wanted to refer to the book because I think this is a great opportunity just to point folks back to the book, because all of these questions that Elliot James asked are questions that all of you probably have. And you have a lot of information in the book itself that can help you understand the questions. So this is what we refer to as in section 3 of the book that starts out with the Chapter Water Projects requests in the BCD portal. That's the part of the book I'm going to actually get started. So it's the third section of the book. It has the pie chart on it and a reference to where you would start the book. But inside that, there's a section that referred to as Indian Health Services Sanitation Deficiency System SDS list fiscal year 2022, and okay, so that's the summary page, and then it goes through each one of the delegates themselves. Information on page number 9 and page number 10 is the specific information for Delegate James. And what Delegate James originally was looking at was just the information that basically is a summary page. And he was asking from that summary page, where can I find the numbers for IHS so that I can question IHS about the project, where exactly it is who's on the project, all of those things, because many of these projects were put together many years ago. So people's names on the projects will need to be changed over time and things need to be adjusted over that venue. But as you can see, each one of the projects that were on his summary page is actually got a IHS number on it. And this is really important for all the chapters to have the IHS number so that when they talk to IHS, they can give them the number and it reduces errors in communication. And then we can kind of go from there. So he asked about all the dollars associated with those, which I believe was in a $35 million range. And he asked me a question outside for clarity that I asked IHS. This funding that's on these tables are in a going forward manner. They're for the next 5 years. There's $135 million a year for the next 5 years, which is about a little over $100 million more than what the projects are funded here. So if you had a project funded in, say, 2019, it's not part of this money. It's still a priority for them to do it, but it's not part of this money, okay? It's above and beyond this money, okay? And again, for every individual project, if one was funded prior to this listing, which is the 2022 listing, this book did not provide you the number for the projects that are already funded, okay? So if you had a project that was funded in 2019, we'd have to work directly with IHS to get you the number so you could find out where that is in the process, okay? I also want to just reiterate and collaborate that NTUA and NECA and IHS and Dr. Yellowman's area and Jason John's area have been meeting lots and lots of times since these projects have been put forth to try to be able to move these projects forward. There's a wonderful opportunity that's occurred recently with IHS where some of the SDS projects, we've recently signed a memorandum of understanding that NTUA and NECA will start to build some of those projects that were on the lists. And those were capacity projects. What's really important about that is they're going to get done a little quicker because now there's more people working on them. And there's going to be more Navajo contractors and more Navajo people working directly on those jobs because they're going to get hired through NECA, right? And eventually we're working towards hopefully doing some scattered houses, which we have not finished the memorandum of understanding on yet, so it's premature. But as we go forward with those, we'll also be able to bring in Dr. Yellowman's area and the folks that are doing the bathroom additions to make sure that they're all kind of coordinated. I know that in the past, some bathroom additions have been done in some areas where now we're finding out that the water system doesn't have the capacity or there's some other impediment to getting those folks water. We're trying to eliminate those errors from happening going forward by having all of these routine conversations, because the reality of the matter is we can't rely just on AHS to get this done. It's not fair to them. It's not fair, more importantly, to the Navajo people. We, as organizations and part of the Navajo Nation, need to step up together and work together collectively to provide the most cost-efficient and effective products that we can on behalf of the people that we serve, right? And that's the new effort, and that's the new things that we're trying to work forward collectively. Now, I wanted to move on to a couple of questions that were raised regarding broadband. And on the broadband section, Tim, if you could bring those up. There's some information in your book, but what I wanted to explain is there was, I really appreciate Delegate James bringing this forward. He talked about Keelan and McKay's Low Mountain and Jettizai towers. The Low Mountain and Jettizai towers are not part of these ARPA fundings because they are in the defunded CARES projects. So we're trying to build the projects and not put them in multiple funding packages so that we can get as many projects done as possible. There was projects that were mentioned in Steamboat and projects in other areas that are not part of the current ARPA list right here, but some of those projects are on our NTI grant that we've requested, that we're making significant progress on that hasn't been funded yet. And that project list includes more than just NTOA. There's Frontier projects, there's Dene College projects on it, there's Sacred Wind projects on it, there's Cell One projects on it, there's even AT&T projects on it. So that's more of a collective. We also have requested other grants through the state of Arizona and the state of New Mexico. We've gotten a couple of the state of New Mexico grants. One was for Crown Point, and the other one, I believe, I would need help to remember. I can't remember if it was counselor or if it was, I think it might have been counselor, but I apologize. That came from N2AW, so I did not do that grant, but they were successful in getting those in New Mexico. There are several other NTI grants that are going to be coming in the pipeline. There's infrastructure dollars that are going to be coming forward also, and there's state of New Mexico and state of Arizona dollars that we will continually apply for. Because the reality of the matter is, while there's $200 million of requests approximately in this ARPA legislation, there is a much, much larger need than the $200 million we requested. What we tried to do was not duplicate what we requested in the NTI grant in this effort, and we've tried to basically utilize other grant opportunities to ask for additional projects, and we tried to spread the projects out. So in the book that you have, that's under the section that's called 517, okay, which is broadband, there is 22 new tower sites listed across the nation. There's many of those tower sites are located in that chimney dead area that was talked about, okay? And there's, when you go to 516, there's 24 broadcast stations. So there's 2 broadcast stations that we want to put on either a tower that doesn't have a broadcast station today, or put it on a tower that needs to have it upgraded so that the service will reach farther and be faster. So 22 of the 24 are underserved areas. There's also segments of towers in NTIA. And as I mentioned, there was 2 towers in the defunded cares. And as I've spoken earlier, we're working on applying for more and more of these opportunities. The reality of the matter is there's a request for 22 towers here, and there is a need for about 100 towers across the nation. So the dollars aren't there to be able to support everybody's needs at once. As the president said earlier, we did a white paper for the federal government back in March 31st of 2021 that talked about a $5 billion need for just the utilities across the Navajo Nation, and we were able to identify what those were. And this funding that we're talking about is only going to be less than 1/5 of that funding. So there's tremendous amount of more needs than the dollars available. And to be honest with you, we are all of our groups are trying to do the very best we can with the limited resources, and we're trying to basically maximize those resources by not applying for the same projects and the same grants. And we've applied for grants multiple times. So we got a tower in East Mills Post. We've been applying for it for 5 years, and it took the 3rd application before we got it. But we kept going after it, So while this isn't going to solve everybody's problems, this is a step in the right direction to get a lot more people's services and a lot more opportunities. And then there was a question that you asked regarding the backbone that you asked for nationwide. Why is there $5.6 million and 517 that says nationwide? Well, for the internet to work properly, you have to have the fiber optic capability to transport all of that information back to the internet. Our current 100 gig wave that we have, which is 10 times larger than our last wave, all right, is already getting crowded, right? So we want to be able to increase that from 100 to 800 gig, which allows everyone on the Navajo Nation to get their information much faster and much quicker back to the internet. And the N2A backbone is fiber optic all the way to Albuquerque, all the way to Denver, and all the way to Phoenix. And the reason we have 3 feeds is because when one feed has a problem, and the internet will have a problem in Albuquerque from time to time, we're able to reroute that feed and go to Phoenix or to Denver, right? We created a redundant network for folks, and even with a redundant network, you still have outages and problems. You have to have the workforce and the manpower to deal with those, which is what we have created. All of N2A Wireless is 100% Navajo staff members, and 97.5% of the 850 N2A staff members are Navajo. So I hope I answered the broadband questions that Delegate James had, and I think we've answered the water and wastewater questions that Delegate James had. So I don't know if you wanted us to move on to Delegate Charles or if you had. Thank you, sir.
Akiela, Mr. Haas, thank you for those responses, as well as Madam Director. So definitely appreciate your responses so far. I'm going to ask Mr. Paulson Chaco, Chief of Staff, or excuse me, I'm going to go ahead and go to Mr. Kuntz. I'm sorry, I have my glasses on. Mr. Kuntz, I didn't see you waving. For a response to follow up with the N2A response as well, and then I'll go to the Chief of Staff. Thank you.
Thank you. Nominated Council Speaker, yes. What I heard several things. I heard standard costs, Delegate Charles Newton, and I think that's an important thing. As long as we all understand that some lines are longer than others, we can come up with an average cost. And I think if we publish average costs, you get a better idea of what this money has the potential for. If we have a certain amount that's going to go for broadband, water, or power, we give you an average cost. You can divide that by the average cost and it'll give you the number of homes that you had the potential for. Now, I know that there are many needs across Navajo, and I think it's been kind of said several times that we may not have enough money in our hands right now to serve everything, but we need to have an understanding of what we can with the money that's still available. So I would support the thought of trying to come up with an average cost so everybody can try to interpret that into number of homes. I also heard that the IHS has their SDS list, and it does capture water and wastewater needs. But what I heard was the detail that council is seeking is within a project, what homes are on that project. You have an extension, the Hatchie Phase 1, and it gives you a dollar amount, but it doesn't tell you what the content is. I think that's what they're asking of IHS is, can they get the content so that they can be sure that that particular group of homes is being served by SDS? And is there any homes that still need to be served? Or how do we get them into SDS so that they can take advantage of those sites? So I think you have those two avenues. The first question is, what is in SDS and what isn't? So the isn't is the question that needs to be answered. And I think we need to work through that along with our IHS partners to try to identify that so that they have that data in hand. And then you can see what's missing and pursue what channel of money to get to. So I think those two things are some very basic things that we need to do. The other conflict that I see, just from my own personal standpoint, is that the term of equal distribution or equality, I think Delegate Charles Newton said it well. She wanted to know that it's actually equal to the people. Okay, everyone here has examples, real true life examples of needs that need to be met. Some of them very critical needs, elderly, disabled, veterans, or just people that need services. They're lacking services. And those needs are all legitimate. The needs are not equally distributed The needs are not equally distributed. So if you just want to try to chop the money up by need, you're gonna have some that may be getting a lot more than others, and you may have some that are not getting enough to meet the needs of the people that these delegates represent. Now, originally, we were trying to focus on needs-based, and then it kind of turned into the equal distribution. So that's just for your consideration. That's my opinion. It's not necessarily Intuit's opinion. That's what I'm seeing and what we deal with every day. We have people walking in every day that are expressing their need. And then we're trying to match up what we have available in funds and resources to meet those needs. And there was a discussion about bathroom additions that got built that didn't get the services included. When we had put together the bathroom proposal, there was a question about why the cost was so high. The bathroom proposal included the bathroom addition. It included a water source, whether water line or cistern. It included the wastewater, septic tank and drain field. It included power, whether power line or solar. So we were trying to target a home to serve them completely with everything that they needed. That's why the cost was high. Now, if we break that up and everybody is pursuing water here, pursuing power, they're pursuing solar, pursuing bathroom additions, you're getting back to this point of the bathroom addition may get built and not have services. It's going to take a lot of coordination for us to bring all those together and make sure that the home gets a complete service. And it can be done. It's just a lot of work to do that. And all of us have to be on the same page, trying to get that service to that home so that it's a complete service. Otherwise, we'll have the same situation that Honorable James is talking about, where a bathroom addition got built and there's no water line there. And so I think those are some things that we need to consider in how we approach this. The other question that I can't answer, it was a legitimate question to IHS, was if someone spent their own money already, can they be reimbursed for it? So if they built the water line on their own cost, can they be reimbursed from this money that's coming through the infrastructure bill? So that's a question that IHS has to answer based on their practice and policies that we can answer. But I hear several times that delegates are asking questions that maybe we're not answering the questions. So I'm trying to facilitate an understanding between the parties so we clearly hear the questions and then we try to provide an answer. So I'm more than willing to try to work through those things. In the event that we try to correct a problem that's already in existence, like these bathroom additions, I need a name, contact information, and a location. If I have those things, then I can try to match that up with the services and the funds that are available. And whether it's SPS money or we try to get it into ARPA, we could try to get services now to the bathroom addition. But I need a name, a location, and a contact number so we can contact these homeowners. And we're more than willing, my unit is more than willing to try to track these things down in the time doing that. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much for your response as well. If I can ask Mr. Chief of Staff Paulson Chaco to also elaborate if you can on the response. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Delegate, and also Speaker Damon. The team that are at the table here, IHS, NTA, division directors. I believe there's a couple of questions that I noted from the Honorable Delegate James, which I will refer over to Dr. Yeoman. One was the question of the portal, the question of why the chapters were only requested to have submission of projects. That's one of the questions that was posed. The other question was from Honorable Delegate Newton, which was she wanted a breakdown of housing and also bathroom addition and food. Breakdown similar to what you see with NTUA and why there's not a breakdown in those categories. So those are the questions that I noted. So if
give the floor over to Dr. Yellowman or to answer those questions. In addition, one final thought was, Mr. Speaker and members of the council, these are the technical team that we planned together. These are the folks that are sitting at the table to my left that assisted in development and collaboration with IHS. PI is not at the table, but within 2A and all the enterprises and divisions. So, Mr. Speaker, I'll give the floor over to Dr. Yellowman. Thank you.
Ahila, Mr. Chaka, thank you. Dr. Yellowman.
Good morning. Good morning, honorable delegates of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. Good morning, Speaker Damon. Good morning to members of IHS, Ms. So, and to your team. Good morning, and to Chief of Staff and my colleagues. Good morning. Just to answer a few questions here. Delegate James, thank you for your question. The DCD portal, we did open that almost a year ago, April of 2021. And without the without having the U.S. Treasury guidelines, we did request for solicitation to the chapters by need at three projects. And at the time, the thinking was 3 projects times 110 chapters would be about 230 projects. But we quickly learned that 3 projects were very difficult at the chapter level to narrow down, and the need was greater. So not only did we expand the scope of service or expand the scope of project requests, we also extended the dates 3 times. We extended the deadline to May 19th, 2021, May 30th, 2021, June 9th of 2021. It is on our DCD webpage under the portal information. And then we also expanded the scope of work or the scope of project requests to match what we now see in 257. So we asked for broadband, water, wastewater, electricity, power line, bathroom addition, housing, and rural addressing was a big request. And under the projects was warehousing. Those were a big request. We also had agency council meetings where we met with agency council officials and explained to them those dates and the expansion. And then we had mandatory meetings. We had mandatory meetings with chapter officials, and our chapter officials were all present on some of those mandatory meetings. It's not a word I like to use, but they were all aware of the expansion or the extended scope of services in their requests. And technically, we have not closed the portal. However, there was some conversations when we started to meet with, in December, when we started to meet with Nabi here at Twin Arrows. We did tell the chapters we were holding off until we thought maybe then 257 would gain movement. But since then, chapters have been reaching out to members of our staff for one-on-one to re-enter information into the portal. But you can see if a chapter were to submit something right now and they don't see it in 257, that could cause some confusion. So we are accepting, but the 257 is being discussed. The other thing I want to add is we have some major recommendations and improvements to the portal. One is it should be relieved of DCD and it may become the ARPA portal, because there are other projects outside of chapters. There's school projects, there's other projects related to social services, NDOH, so other areas outside of the chapter realm that if, in conjunction and coordination with DCD, that the portal may be extended to become the Navajo Nation portal. And all receivers on the recipient side would be the ARPA office, would be members of the one-stop shop, and would be reviewers, possibly DOJ. So those are some recommended changes that we hope to alleviate from ECD and expand into all members of ARPA. So that would be one response. My other response to Delegate Charles Newton, I'll bring up the information regarding housing and bathrooms if I can return back to that. And so if I could have a few more minutes and I'll bring up the information. And I think Mr. Clinton Wally did respond to the bathroom additions, but we do have the criteria and the information that we solicited for the bathroom addition recipients. That listing is very extensive, and I just noted to Mr. Coots here, we have a little over 4,700 individuals identified for bathroom need. And so we have a listing of what we had to receive for those recipients to gather a full sheet of data for bathrooms. So I can expand on that if necessary. So speaker and sponsor, I'll turn the time back over and I'll bring up the information for Mr. Charles Newton on housing and bathroom. Thank you.
Abishi, Dr. Yoloman, thank you as well, and Mr. Chaco, thank you for that response. Shantai, the ask from Honorable Charles Newton was, and I'm going to ask Speaker for assistance on this, and maybe Office of Legislative Counsel. She did ask for the 4 options to be printed out, so she can look at it visually on paper. I don't know how we can handle that situation, if it's going to be for her or for all 24 delegates. But that is a very important request and ask as well. In regards to the rights-of-ways, the issue of rights-of-ways, I just want to elaborate a little bit on that. As a member of the Resource and Development Committee, RDC as an Eastern rep, we are involved. I'm sitting next to my colleagues here on RDC, Chairman Nez, as well as Honorable Keon McGay and Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr., and then we're crossing with Honorable Herman Daniels and Honorable Thomas Walker. We have been working, we are in the final stages of putting together the proposed plan or legislation for the one-stop shop that was aforementioned by Dr. Yoloman. So that is in the final stages right now. What that one-stop shop concept is going to bring is, under one roof, is bring all the entities that will bring an approval concept together, whether it's going to be an environmental, biological, or a archaeological review, rather than them being scattered and going to different areas. That will be more of a centralized focus that will bring all that discussion together. Now, keep in mind, the big question still is on certain land statuses, if we have to comply with NEPA, if the NEPA factor falls into place as well, because we are dealing with federal monies, are we having to comply with NEPA? The Navajo Nation kind of took that concept of, I don't want to call it a 638, but the Tribal Authorization Act did allow us to have these approvals on trust land. Now, where I'm from Eastern Agency, that's a different situation because of multiple jurisdictions and land statuses. So the NEPA might be an issue for us And I should say, it is going to be an issue for us at Eastern Agency. So some for us to consider as well in regards to rights of ways. I don't know if the BIA is here, Mr. Lester Sosi or Mr. Greg Mahoja, but that's also a discussion for them as well on the NEPA situation and the rights of ways. But we do have that ability when we do stand up this one-stop shop concept to approve home site leases and approve our own rights of ways on the Navajo Nation, but on trust land. Trust land is the big fact right there. I don't know if Mr. Halon is here, but that's the whole concept behind the one-stop shop that RDC is in the final stages of putting together. So we should get that out soon. We should get that legislation. I think Honorable Chairman Ricky Nez is going to be sponsoring that legislation here soon to put that concept into motion. So I just wanted to follow up on the right to way. So Speaker, I made the request for the 4. I don't know how we can do that for Honorable Charles Lewin, if you can print them out for her or other delegates that are wishing to see the 4 comparisons. I didn't get an opportunity to really respond to her on the how each of them are going to be beneficial or how they're going to be impacting the Navajo people as a whole, because they are each uniquely different. They have their own ways of the whole idea is to bring relief to our people entirely. So that's probably the best answer I can give, we can give right now, is that each of them are different, yes, but the whole idea is to bring COVID mitigation, relief, and response to our people at this time. So with that, Speaker, I want to go ahead and conclude the response from my 2 colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I'm trying to make sure that we have the right documents in place before we send them out. So staff is working on that request on the field. And Madam Chair Charles. That let me go ahead and go back to the 4. I do have a queue at this time. Next, Madam Chair Abdul.
Good morning, Speaker. Thank you. Colleagues, good morning, Yaka. I'm glad you all made it here safely and had time to rest and recenter yourself. It has been a very busy month, and with the change in the season, we hope that the springtime weather will continue to bring moisture and opportunities for our people to heal. So with that in mind, Speaker, I appreciate the legislation before us at the Naabik'íyáti committee and the co-sponsors for moving this information forward. And I thank the executive team for the binders and the breakdown of the information. This has been very helpful as a delegate to not only speak with the chapters that I represent, but also filter questions and provide this information on the Navajo Nation Fiscal Recovery website. So I want to thank Mr. Patero and his team for continuing to build that up. My concern, Speaker, is there are just, and because there's so many projects, and there's not a project in here that I don't support. I think if we look at our regions and our districts, we all have a lot of values that we share, and we all have more in common than what separates us. And with that in mind, when we're speaking, I always think in not only through our prayers, but in our decisions, that we are doing it in the best interest of our people, not only living within the 4 sacred mountains, but our college students and families that are working in our urban areas, and our military families who are working internationally. And that's the lens of leadership, right, for all of us in the room. And so with that being said, Speaker, I appreciate you and the co-sponsors developing this plan. but also hearing from my colleagues the opportunities that we see that can be included. And I think what we found when it came to CARES was there were still communities, and I would venture to say all 110 chapters feel that they are chronically under-resourced. They are chronically not provided the support that they need from our central government. And what then that creates is a type of tension where then it's communities and relatives fighting other communities and relatives. And that's what we see when there's land disputes or issues in a family level. We're now seeing it in our government level. And I want to point this out because when we normalize this type of lateral violence, then we support a system that doesn't work well for our people. We support a system that is dysfunctional. And I appreciate all of my colleagues and all of the conversations that I hear in the Oversight Committee and on the council, the approach to make our communities a better community, a safer community, a community where we would all want to live and thrive. And so with that in mind, Speaker, I want to make sure that from the conversation yesterday, if I could get that email response just resended, just like a bump on top, or I could look in my icebox. What I think is important is to make sure that every delegate feels that they are getting the technical support that they need. Some of this information can be very new. Some of this information requires a lot of coordination and collaboration. And so as we move from the executive team pulling this together and their plan, then how now do we transition to get delegates the support that they need, whether it's through consultants, project managers, legal interpretation. And what we talked about was getting these DOJ eligible projects reviewed the process. I think that would be helpful so that every delegate who's sitting here feels that they have the tools that they need to make the best decision. Speaker, I'm also in this, we have talked about possible amendments and what that looks like. And so we started the conversation yesterday. It was unfortunate that the president left unexpectedly, I could say, just walked out of the room. And so there was not enough time to then say, where are the areas of concern that as president of the Navajo Nation, moving forward, what is your concern when options are offered and options are refused? And so we were in having dinner, he informally came over and spoke with a handful of delegates having dinner. And I asked the question, what items do you see you would veto on this legislation? And it was disappointing to hear, well, not any type of guidance, not any type of conversation, but just simply say, well, when it's passed, then I'll make those determinations. But that's very challenging for any delegate who wants to pull together using all of our resources and to expedite this process when President Nez cannot provide direct answers. And I think that would be helpful, Speaker, if, and that's why I would say as delegates, we need the same support that was given to the executive team so that we could provide and give this information not only to our chapters, but those other entities that we want to partner with to help prevent, mitigate, and stop the spread of COVID, and to help our community members heal. And so I think my personal perception is when there wasn't time or opportunity to have that discussion with President Nez, I would just say I need to continue to move forward, and I would continue to support and urge my council to let's continue to move forward, to populate and add additional projects that will best meet the need of your district. And that approach, an approach that has not been considered by the executive team, was a type of equitable distribution. And so in the conversations, when we were able to have those conversations, delegates were able to see what would that be, what would that look like? And I think there has been a lot of listening from colleagues who want to add projects, want to understand the projects, want to confer with our chapter leadership, with their community, with different, directly with the people. And so in that, we'll need the support. And we'll need the support of the Navajo Nation Fiscal Recovery Office as reviewing the job duties and the type of funding that they have received, and in meeting their staff. They have a great team, knowledgeable team that can be the start of helping delegates, because I would also want to have an in-depth conversation about the housing. How are we going to help community members when it comes to housing? And what does that look like? Who do we need to partner with? And how do we build up our own workforce? And how do we build up opportunities here? Because every individual, there's a need in every part of the nation. And I think in terms of how we do that. So Speaker, I initially had requested an amendment. And the amendment was to have that equitable distribution. So I'd like our staff to pull that up so my colleagues can see the language of the amendment. Oh.
Madam Chair, are you wanting to make an amendment?
No, I want the amendment to be put on the board, on the screen. I'm asking Kim.
Just a spreadsheet?
No, the
language.
amendment language.
That's gonna take some. With this, Madam Chair, we go to Office of Legislative Council, see if they have the amendment ready.
I sent you numerous versions. Do you want the underlying overstrike of the full legislation, or do you just want the amendment?
Thank you, Ms. Barbara. At this point, I'm just asking the language be projected. Thank you. Speaker, if,
Yeah, Madam Chair, it's gonna take over some time.
okay, thank you, Speaker. I could wait. I know Ms. Barbara is
Like,
doing her best, so thank you.
okay, I can come back to
Okay, thank you, Speaker.
that. I'm going to, I'm gonna go to Honorable Carl Slater, and then I'll go back to Madam Chair McCarthy. Can you speak into the microphone, because for the record, individuals on the line too as well.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Speaker, my question is going to be to Ms. Bobroff, how much longer she would anticipate producing my amendment now that we have, I think, the finalized numbers and everything.
With that, I'm going to turn the floor back over to Ms. Barbara, Chief Legislative Council.
Thank you.
Barbara, can you, hold on closer?
Thank you. Thank you. These amendments are not 15-minute amendments to draft. They are very, very time consuming. I got Delegate Slater's final schedule earlier, about 2 hours, an hour ago, 2 hours ago. I am predicting to get that amendment drafted, vetted, etc. Probably 2 to 3 hours, I think is what.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you, Speaker. I guess I would request to display the PDF that I sent out to my colleagues, and that would demonstrate what the logic and the background of the proposed amendment is. And then I think Delegate Crowdy should be afforded the same opportunity as well. We've been working together, and there's sort of variations on a theme. I would appreciate the time to be able to present that. It would give Ms. Bobroff more time to complete drafting. Based off feedback from my colleagues, I've heard a lot of positive results or feedback on the compromise or the concept, and I think it'd be useful, it'd be worthwhile. We could always recess for a few hours too to let OLC complete things after we discuss this. So that's my request, Speaker.
Your request is to dispense of the spreadsheet, Excel spreadsheet to everyone?
Yeah,
we don't do that.
I've sent it out to the council. I guess I would appreciate the opportunity to explain it with it displayed up here on the.
At that time, Honorable Slater, I would respectfully ask that we do that at the time of the amendment, because you're going to be doing it twice.
Potentially, Speaker, but at the same time, if we get feedback from colleagues that they want to modify it in some fashion, then it might be useful to have that conversation now, but I appreciate your determination.
Good. That, I'm going to continue on now. Madam Chair, Democratic team members are trying to find just the amendment. They have the full, what did you say, 17 pages? That's something that was several years ago. And they have there is an amendment that is able, shortly to come up, but that amendment is in the actual legislation, red line legislation, Madam Chair. Member Cardi.
Yes, Speaker, thank you. So, Chief Legislative Counsel was able to draft up a proposed amendment. And so we did want time in the conversation we had yesterday. Sorry, the conversation we had yesterday, and with delegates who were not unable to make it, wanted to brief or get everyone up to speed and have an opportunity to understand the different requests incorporated into the amendments. So what do you need from me, Speaker, so that we could put something on the board? This is this a time to recess? I'm looking at this time. I don't know if it's 12:30, 12:39. Maybe this is a good time to recess so we can pull the stuff up and get the documents that our consultant here needs, or on how you want to move forward, because we would like to move forward with the amendment just to help alleviate and how we want to move forward and expedite this legislation so we could get to the final vote.
Okay. This is my recommendation, Madam Chair, everybody. When staff has the legislative council turns over the documents to Mr. Wolf and Mr. Rico, I can come back to you. There's numerous members of your colleagues that want to have questions to answer to the team members here. So I respectfully, instead of going to recess, I would respectfully ask that we continue going on down the line, because some of your colleagues want to ask questions to the team members here that are present, whether that be NTA, IHS, or Dr. Yellowman's team. But as soon as they get that information, I'll come back to you, Madam Chair, Member Cardi, and yourself too, Honorable Slater, because your amendment still is going to be taking some time in order for it to get done.
Speaker? Speaker? Speaker?
Yes, colleagues, sorry, just having a conversation with the team members here on the best way. Madam Chair, Amber Cardi, the length, the amendment that is being done right now is in the entire legislation, red line version. In order to take all that and put it back into a separate one-pager kind of thing, it's going to take some time. It would be the recommendation now then is to go ahead and go to show the legislation and show where the amendments are. Also, the other portion is if you can explain off your spreadsheet, that is available at this time. Madam Chair, Amber Cardi, or if you want to continue to wait until they get that completely separated, it's going to take some time.
Thank you, Speaker. I do not want to delay if colleagues have questions for the team in terms of the projects. I believe the work or the possible amendments have been sent out to the delegates. And so we'll just What I'm not looking for the underlying overstrike. What I'm just trying to do is have a visual representation of how there could be equitable distribution, to maximize equitable distribution and to maximize the delegates working with their chapters to include projects or the people in their region to include those projects. So I'm looking for that visual representation, Speaker, just as the same courtesy that you allowed the delegates to receive this Amendment 2 document that no one claims that they created. I'm asking that also information be given out to delegates so they visually can see and can visualize the words that I'm conveying on how an equal distribution could and the benefits that they can see for their region.
Madam Chair, if you want us to put the spreadsheet up there and you explain the spreadsheet, we can do that right now. If you want to do that. Well, because your amendment's not ready.
Speaker.
Madam Chair, everybody, your spreadsheet is ready, your amendment is ready. And Honorable Slater, your spreadsheet is ready, your amendment is not ready. But you're halfway there. Madam Chair, everybody, you want us to put your spreadsheet up so you can explain it?
Yes, thank you, Speaker, and I'll continue to thumb wrestle delegates later over here.
Okay, go ahead.
Just visually would want to see.
Colleagues, this was sent out to you, all your email was emailed out to you as well. When was this email? And Chair, did you email this out to colleagues? The spreadsheet?
Speaker, I believe so, and if I could get confirmation, I know the internet here.
Hey, this was sent out at 5 p.m. yesterday, colleagues.
And so visually, colleagues, may I have the floor, Speaker?
Yes, floor is yours.
Thank you. So visually, colleagues, we, or you may have seen this yesterday, this is the observation without a thorough review of how the projects have been identified in your region. And the update is we did see that some of these projects are more of a regional support that, like, for instance, the water.
Madam Chair, hold on. Staff, everyone in the back, sidebar conversations, please take it outside. I know I can start to hear that through now. I can't always hear it in the back, but I can hear it now. Please, Madam Chair, I'm trying to get support.
If I could have staff, can you resend it out? I just want to make sure all of my colleagues received it.
So we're gonna send it out right now. We're gonna print one for everyone, one copy.
And so with that in mind, Speaker, this is a very rough visualization of the possibility of equal distribution when it comes to the $1.07 billion and how that relates to the 24 legislative districts. In hearing the conversations from yesterday and speaking with colleagues, I do believe that there's room for more compromise, that there's projects that collectively delegates want to support. And so delegates later did propose late last night some suggestions. I think those are reasonable, but the main thing that I want my colleagues to look at, and sometimes this is, I'm thinking I need to get glasses. So sometimes it's hard to see. There's a huge disparity in how these were allocated out to the region, Speaker. Does staff have the second document that Shauna created, the second version that ranks it from highest allocation to lowest? Tim, did I lose you? I just got Tim to help. Where'd he go? Oh, Tim, do you have the second version that Shauna sent out yesterday? So I'll just talk this through, Speaker. Thank you. Colleagues, I know a lot's going on with passing of lunch, and we appreciate staff for helping us. And I'm a talker myself, so sometimes I do sidebars, so it's okay. Everybody's energy is a different way. But I do know Vice Chair loves his lunch break, so I wanted to also respect that. But we'll carry on, Vice Chair. But so what if we could get version 2, because when we're starting to talk about how this plan was taken into consideration and learning more about. So on this slide that was given to us yesterday, you know, delegates were not involved when 300 million and some change was allocated for water. Delegates were not involved when 208 million for broadband. And so I did hear the comments, and I got out my pen and I'm taking notes, and it was saying that was a leadership decision. But leadership means collectively, all of us. And so there are projects in your region and in your district that can be funded, but because there was a limit put on the amount, you may have additional projects in your district. And that's why the encouragement is to talk with NQA and IHS directly, so you can cross-reference what your chapters may have submitted, what's on their listing, and then what are other opportunities. Because that's simply what this book tells us to do, right? There's other funding available, but it never says what funding that is. And so I think that's the concern that we have found since meeting every week with NQA broadband. So in my district, we found 2 towers that meets the eligibility requirement, the construction timeline. And so we would like to offer and put that project in there, but not take away from another district's opportunity to do the same thing. And so when it comes to dollars and how it's allocated, in hearing from my colleagues, I hope the best approach is how equitable how this can be distributed. Because I agree the federal formula was not only based off of population, it was also based off of tribal employees. And the way that then, you know, the eligibility or how we still need a lot of our projects to be vetted by Department of Justice. The other area too is bathroom additions. I've been hearing from colleagues in terms of the need to either add or modify how many bathrooms that you need for your district. And so the hope is then this funding that can be allocated, and you could see that on the 1, 2, 3, 5th column. And I do want to recognize, Madam Chair, Charles Noon, we do recognize that regional project has skewed your numbers. So I want to make sure that that I state that for the record. So I not apologize. I didn't create the project listing, but that's how it just came out in the document. So colleagues, you also can then see from version 2, and this is the highest percentage. So if you look at column 4, you'll see there's a disparity, and it's not clear how delegates were involved in submitting projects, but you'll see 56, 50, maybe 56 million at the very top. And I just don't see how Delegate Henyo's communities are only allocated 3.7 million. And we've heard from the 3 satellites. Every oversight has heard from the 3 satellites. And I don't know how that happened, Chairman. And I think that's why we're looking at how collectively can we take this plan and then really regionalize it. And so if you look at the medium, our goal at this point was approximately 44 million. And so you can see that everyone is basically under that benchmark. So there's opportunity for every delegate here to keep the projects that are on the list. And then there's opportunity to add more. So understanding what's on this project listing and working with IHS to understand not only what's on their SDS listing, but working with Captain Ryan and saying what are other opportunities, like when it comes to water, what are opportunities in the infrastructure bill, and today's announcement that another $1 billion will be given to help with tribal broadband. And so there's still a lot of opportunities, colleagues. So I just wanted to visually show you when I reviewed this document and why I continue to ask for the breakdown in the different leadership meetings. I think my first email was in October and asking for the breakdown. And so at this point, if you could just look at that column 4 and look at your district. Some other observations, Speaker or Delegate Freeland, we were on the Eastern Agency call. The 3 lowest allocations are to Eastern Agency delegates. As a council, we need to understand that and understand then how we could continue to support and make sure additional projects are available. And so I don't want to, what I'm just saying is this is what we saw, and where we saw there was huge disparities in the type of opportunity that we wanted to work on. So Speaker, thank you for letting me visually explain this. This was a proposed amendment, and I recognize the complexity, and I believe last week on the 17th, digitally, I forwarded to all of the delegates the draft supporting resolution from the chapters and the possible amendment. And what I think at this point is from the conversation, I'm not sure if delegates are ready to move forward with the amendment as is. So that's why we'll need some feedback. And also, Northern Agency Council passed it on Saturday, and we have received nearly all of Delegate James' chapters have passed supporting resolution for the 24 distribution. And I think if chapters were provided just that snapshot, then they could see the disparity in terms of decision making. And so as we have this before us as a plan, again, there's really no need to take away projects. It's just that big regional project needs to be broken down, but there's not a sense here to take away, just to enhance. So thank you, Speaker, and my colleagues for allowing me to give you that presentation, because I hope that avoids a sense of where we can't work together on this, that someone's going to take something from you or your region or your chapter, and they all have worked hard. We have chapters with no AMS, no coordinator. We have chapter officials who are trying their best. We have delegates trying their best. And now I think with the technical support, you really can make headway on how to move forward the projects. So there has been a concern about the construction period. And I would ask my colleagues that we also need to support these defunded cares to get the money to the providers. As a council, we passed it in July, and that money has not been allocated. And there's internal decisions that are also being made to only when that allocations are made, that it's going to be in a percentage. So the nation is going to send out maybe 1 or 2 allocations. And that's hard for our providers. That's going to be extremely difficult for Navajo businesses because no one should be expected to float money that's available. And no business should, they should be compensated for the service that they're going to provide. And what is known, and if your region is serviced by Continental Divide, they need their payment. And the impact is the acting controller is no longer at the pleasure of the council. That's directly under President's office. We need the controller to make those payments because then you're losing opportunity for additional projects, because why would any company want to contract with Navajo Nation if they're not getting paid or if they're only receiving partial payment? And so these are some of the areas that we're learning when it comes to the defunded cares and how ARPA is being distributed. The last thing that at this time, Speaker, what I want to bring into the awareness of colleagues and as your oversight is yesterday in the discussion on how we'll need the help of Mr. Patero and his office to start packaging these chapter projects to be reviewed by DOJ. And what does that look like? Is it going to be 24 delegates rushing to his office? Or do we have the opportunity to develop a process and we're just making sure as the portal has those projects and as Delegate James has asked, opportunity for chapters to continue to submit, that those projects then are vetted. And so there may need to be some amendments to the BNF resolution, because that BNF resolution requires an executive director to review and sign off. And so that puts delegates in a disadvantage because we're, again, 8 months in and some of those projects haven't been vetted. So we'll need guidance on that, Speaker, and also how are the chapters going to benefit from the administrative funding that's included in ARPA? I know I've asked this question and I've heard the answer, but I need something in writing because with reviewing the budget forms, it's hiring more than 10 personnel, which is great, but their work sites are all in Window Rock. And so we also need to know more coordination in terms of how that's going to support our chapters and how the chapters are going to be provided some administrative relief. So thank you, Speaker. Those are my comments so far. And colleagues, I appreciate all of your comments, questions, and I believe that Dr. Patero, sending you up there, Mr. Patero can continue to help the council with the education, presentations to the chapter, review the forms, see what the process is, and so that we can make sure our proposals are properly vetted. So, Speaker, thank you for this opportunity. My colleagues, I want to thank IHS for being here. But from this conversation, if you can keep leadership abreast of how that federal funding is coming down. And I was on the tribal consultation call, but I wasn't sure if President Nez had spoke on behalf of Navajo. And so if you receive any information on Navajo's position, if you could submit that to the office of Speaker. If not, then as a council, we could continue to develop what does that look like? And what we heard on the tribal consultation is we have other tribes who are they have connections, but they're just trying to enhance their services while we still have family members and relatives that have never had access to water, that continue after generations waiting for water. And I hear that from my colleagues saying we need to get water from the very rural areas of Eastern with all their challenges to our central west area of where the Hopi land dispute and Bennett Creek, and the north to the north with Utah, and along the river, and then down south to our relatives and surrounding Gallup, all the way down to our satellites. It's a common thread, and so we'll need to know how we can push this. And I appreciate the oversight, resource and development addressing this issue, and how we as a council then can make recommendations to expedite right away, expedite the home site lease process, and continue to work for our people. So thank you, Speaker, and my colleagues. I hope this gives you enough information to chew on while we're enjoying our meal. And if there's any questions on this, I don't know how you want to move forward, Speaker, but we're just I would want to offer the amendment, but knowing that Delegate Slater's amendment is being worked on, I'm a little conflicted because of the time and the energy that was put into that amendment. But I think to get this conversation started in the right direction, Speaker, if the amendment's ready, if we could just put it on the screen, the amendment language, and then I could motion that amendment and have, and that would allow for a conversation on that language. Thank you, Speaker.
That. Thank you, Madam Chair. Office of Legislative Council is sending that over to Mr. Rico right now. And once Mr. Rico gets it, I'll go ahead and accept the motion. And thank you very much, everyone, for listening online. We just heard from Madam Chair Naabik'íyáti, everybody in the room too as well. There's a potential amendment that's going to be made by Madam Chairman Crowley. Colleagues, time now is 12:08 a.m. The amendment is going to be sent out to everyone, so colleagues are on the line. We're getting that to you shortly here. So as soon as we can go ahead and get that, as soon as Mr. Rico has that information, Mr. Rico, I don't know if you can send that out. It's an amendment that's going out with the possible, or with the Excel spreadsheet too that manager and everybody just went over there on the board. So Mr. Rico just received that, and he's sending that amendment out, colleagues, to all the Navajo Nation members of the Naabik'íyáti committee. Colleagues, with that, the motion by Madam Chairman Crowley on amendment number 2. Mr. Rico, colleagues, this is 5 pages, so hang tight. Mr. Wolf, you're on board. Colleagues, it's on the board. Mr. Rico, go ahead. I'll ask for a second after it's ready to work.
Thank you, Speaker, members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee. Amendment number 2, on page 1, line 12, delete, overstrike, $1,166,003,000 and insert $1,070,298,867. 2, delete amendment number 1 in its entirety. 3, on page 1, line 14, after fund, insert new language _ regional chapter projects. 4, on page 1, line 14, after plans, delete overstrike for water and wastewater projects, broadband projects, home electricity connection projects, housing and housing renovation projects, bathroom addition projects, and hardship assistance, end of overstrike. 5, page 5, line 24, amend new paragraph P and add new paragraph Q as follows. E, the Navajo Nation Council and Office of the President and Vice President can change concur to concur that based on the respective public consultation efforts, overstrike is in the best interest of the Navajo people and Navajo communities to first enact overstrike comprehensive and insert A, Navajo Nation Fiscal Recovery Fund, insert hardship assistance, end of new language, expenditure plans, change plan to plans, insert new language, period, underscore period, to the end, the Navajo Nation Council adopted resolution number CD-62-21, providing $557 million in hardship assistance for Navajo members to mitigate the financial devastation caused by the COVID-19 pandemic. The president agreed with the council and signed CD-62-21 into law on January 4th, 2022. End of new language. Overstrike for water and wastewater projects, broadband projects, home electricity connection projects, housing and housing renovation projects, bathroom addition projects, and hardship assistance in total amount of $1,166,003,000 as set forth in exhibits C through H, which are incorporated herein. End of overstrike. New paragraph Q, underscore Q, the Navajo Nation Council and the Office of President and Vice President also concur that based on the respective public consultation efforts, it is in the best interest of the Navajo people and Navajo communities to fund local and regional projects and enact a comprehensive Navajo Nation Fiscal Recovery Fund expenditure plan for regional chapter projects in the total amount of $1,070,298,867 $70,298,867, divided equally between the 24 delegate regions in the amount of $44,595,786 per delegate region as set forth in Exhibit C. End of new language. 6, delete paragraph 6, line 3 through page 13, line 4. 7, delete Exhibit C through H. 8, insert new Exhibit C. 9, on page 13, line 5, insert new section as follows. New section 3, new language underscore, section 3, approval of the regional chapter project expenditure plan. A, the Navajo Nation hereby approves and adopts the Navajo Nation Fiscal Recovery Fund Regional Chapter Project Expenditure Plan as set forth herein and in Exhibit C. B, the Navajo Nation hereby approves total funding for the NNFRF Regional Chapter Project Expenditure Plan for the Navajo Nation Fiscal Recovery Fund in the total amount of $1,070,298,867, divided equally between the 24 delegate regions in the amount of $44,595,768 per delegate region as set forth in Exhibit to be determined. Paragraph C, for the purpose of NNFRF expenditure plans, delegate region shall mean all the Navajo Nation chapters, both LGA certified and non-LGA chapters and townships represented by the Navajo Nation Council delegate. D, each Navajo Nation Council delegate shall select fiscal recovery fund eligible projects in their delegate region to be funded through the NNFRF Regional Chapter Projects Expenditure Plan. The project selected by each delegate shall not exceed $44,595,786 in total. Paragraph E, delegates may select projects for their regional chapter project expenditure plan from the list of projects attached as Exhibit XX that have already been submitted to NNDOJ for an initial eligibility determination and are not included in another NNFRF expenditure plan. Delegates may select projects that have not previously been submitted to NNDOJ for an initial eligibility determination, as long as such projects have received an initial eligibility determination prior to being included on the respective regional chapter projects expenditure plan. Paragraph F, the project selected by each Navajo Nation Council delegate shall be compiled into a delegate region project expenditure plan for the respective delegate region and approved by Navajo Nation Council resolution and signed into law by the President of the Navajo Nation. G, delegate region project expenditure plan shall be subject to the following requirements and restrictions. 1, delegate region projects shall fall under one of the authorized U.S. Treasury expenditure eligibility categories set forth in Exhibit H2. 2, the funding for any and all projects included in the regional chapter project expenditure plan shall be obligated by December 31st, 2024, and fully expended with the project completed by December 31st, 2026. 3, any project without exception included in a delegate region project expenditure plan shall be capable of being fully completed by December 31st, 2026. 4, each delegate region project shall be subject to CJY-41-21's NNDOJ initial eligibility determination. 5, each delegate region shall be limited to a total of $9,150,000 of revenue replacement projects expenditure eligibility category 6.1, provision of government services. 6, delegate region project shall not include sanitation deficiency service SDS included in the Indian Health Service 2022 SDS list attached as Exhibit H3. 7, all delegate region non-construction projects, including planning and design, shall be project ready, meaning that XXX, and 8, all delegate region construction projects shall be construction ready, meaning that XXXX. H, the FRF office shall assist each council delegate in developing the respective delegate region project expenditure plans and shall, notwithstanding BFS-31-21, submit each respective expenditure plan to NNDOJ for initial eligibility determination as required under CJY-41-21. I, the requirement of CJY-41-21 Section 3F, to establish a contingency reserve for NNFRF regional chapter projects, construction projects shall be implemented on a case-by-case basis through a resolution approved by the Navajo Nation Council and enacted pursuant to 2 NNC Section 164A17 and 2 NNC Section 1005C, 10, 11, and 12. J, to ensure delegate region projects are completed within the federal fiscal recovery fund deadlines, approved delegate region projects expenditure plans shall only be amended by 3/4 vote of the full membership of the Navajo Nation Council and signed into law by the President of the Navajo Nation. End of new language. 10, insert new exhibits X through X. 11, page 13, line 25, before Navajo Nation, insert new language underscore after. Approval pursuant to 2 NNC Section 164A17 and 2 NNC Section 1005C, 10, 11, and 12. End of new language. 12, page 15, line 3, after plan insert, as long as such projects or services share the same expenditure eligibility category. 13, page 19, line 5, delete, overstrike to hardship assistance expenditure plan, end of overstrike. 14, page 19, delete lines 11 through 18 and line 24 to 26. 15, page 19, line 21, after 2, delete, overstrike the NNFRF hardship assistance, end of overstrike, insert new language underscore another NNFRF, end of new language. 16, renumber letters to see paragraphs, sections, and exhibits as necessary and appropriate. The council and committee hereby authorize the Office of Legislative Services and Office of Legislative Counsel to correct grammatical and other technical errors, including adjustment of comprehensive dollar amounts consistent with the intent of this amendment. This amendment supersedes all inconsistent language in any other committee or council amendment. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. On amendment number 1, actually amendment number 2. Amendment number 2, motion is by Madam Chair Naabik'íyáti. There's a second. Second, Honorable Vince James. That, colleagues, we are on amendment number 1, or to amendment number 2. Any comments, questions? Madam Chair Charles Newton. Honorable Keon. Madam Chair Charles, where's yours? On amendment number 2.
Thank you, Speaker. And thank you, Delegate Naabik'íyáti, for this amendment. So I was trying to get clear on the various sheets that we have in front of us. So just for clarification, Speaker, this one that is titled Amendment Number 2 with Facilities Decontamination Summary. Who brought this up yesterday? Like who is taking credit for this possible amendment? That's my first question. And I know we're talking about Delegate Claudia's amendment 1, but this is why I was asking, if we can get the various, I guess the different ideas in front of us, so that we have a proper understanding of how the layout is and how one possible amendment may be beneficial versus one where we have somewhat of a breakdown that is, I guess, a little bit different than what we have before us. And I'm talking about this one here versus what has been presented in front of us. Number 2, Speaker, is I will say that right now, the NTUA projects for the Shiprock community, and we have been having sidebar discussions outside of this room about this very, I guess, question. There's $53,750,727 right now that is slated for Shiprock. However, there's the treatment plant that may possibly service Delegate Rick Nez's area as well as Delegate Crotty's area. There is the collection project that is also considered to be a regional project, and then there's the water line project as well that's regional. And the reason Shiprock, or the reason it's counted towards me, is because it's from Shiprock. So I am working with NTUA right now with Mr. Haas and also Mr. Kuntz on finding out, how do we divvy that up so that it's fair? Because right now, per this amendment that is being sponsored by Delegate Crotty, we are in the minus $12,059,531, which means that Shiprock would not be receiving any more funding. And I think I just need to be able to explain it to the community of Shiprock, the way that the breakdown is happening. Because I would really hate to get caught up in a conversation where somebody says, well, since it's all coming out of Shiprock, only Shiprock people can benefit from this treatment facility. And we all know that that is going to be said, that is going to happen. And I'm sitting here talking about, let's be equitable, let's talk about, servicing all the people, but at the same time, I need to go in with this amendment with my eyes wide open, knowing that, that we're not going to be getting any extra funding for any extra project, because we're getting projects counted towards us that may or may not service the entire Shiprock. And then it also makes me wonder if there's other projects out there that are considered to be regional projects, where it's only capped onto one delegate. And I think that NTUA wasn't anticipating that breakdown, and I'm sure that we're giving them, a headache asking them. But if we're talking about fairness to all of the delegates, I just want to state that the 53 million colleagues, it looks like the $53,750,727. You may look at that as it being unfair that I'm getting the most money out of NTUA projects, but I just want to make it known that I'm not. That there are 3 projects that are regional, so they would be servicing Delegate Rick Nez's area, my area, and Delegate Crotty's area. So in terms of being fair and seeing the actual numbers, I just want to point that out, speaker, that we are not taking all the money. We're just trying to be fair, and I would be doing my community a disservice if I didn't bring that to everybody's attention at this time. So again, I am working with NTUA to see if they can break down the number so that we can equally share that cost. And hopefully that will change this a little bit. But right now, I am scared to vote on this amendment because, again, we don't have the actual numbers. These are not the actual numbers. If I'm having this issue, then I have to ask my colleagues, are you sure that what is being counted towards you as a delegate region is actually fair? But if the Northern Agency Caucus wants me to take all the hits for the 53 million, I will ask, that if that does happen, that during the Northern Agency Council meeting that you explain that was what was decided and that was the vote that was taken. But at this time, because it's not really fair, I cannot vote green for this amendment, and I cannot encourage my colleagues to vote green for it. It may look good in your area, but as a matter of fairness and as a matter of getting the right information, I would recommend that we vote red for this until we get the detailed breakdown. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Keon Begay, and then I'll go back to the sponsor. Okay, floor is yours.
Shahado research, kudo shahid aki, ashi nebza jiko kudo bahtis setide. Attach on the sheet of the earlier, I was hoping to kudo chicha kudo little nalsos kudo chicha hushlaya bahtis setide. I could aid I down 257.21 should Sahanda Atlepat Shaki to a Bayash Shizing. Although the by baby can't nature heard art at chapters of the for a time, Sato Ahawan has the by she says it to ID based on that. So, a Heli all a bit ahead or a Kotor Latin and Lindy Yard Lindy Archer Kotor, the need to art paint that on the she is seeking him. I could aid hardship that is the session speaker. I know this is an amendment, but it based on you which have that and get to change into a concept with that. I'm not sure why we have session, but yet whenever you like to express your opinion or your comment, seems like the majority of the people that would want to hear, that I want to hear, are not in the room. Next is the hand the quite indeed. Alab had that called Naabik'íyáti, the who's what I always want to say, I always say that I want to be on record, not the shit. Don't and nothing the could in haha see it is no in lap and then nash asset. Ashra Sandatli, but had the Shaki Ikudo, Loma, Tachibuga, Salana Cutwood, Nazlini, Adomini farms. A cocoa and Nahote. The reason why I say Nahote, it give to 119 million. Ohui, Naku, Ekudo. Sahanda atle ki ade nalsos ki chotai gila ako ad ende nalso ko all 100 chapters 100 1 point some billion connect la e based on yiniki okay from the chapters ako di khatelian e ko to e based ahead ko khateliada. One entity is not that says Christian percent. Need of lapot or you only the need large. A quaggy it is no shit is Ashazing. Halit out a sakit or you base of Chahuizne. But at the same time, he could did out Nahote at the local level chapter there. Saton he can't get Nisa. A call Khalid. If you're trying to ask assistance from an entity, but yet they're getting more money in this particular process, it makes you think that we'll continue to ask, but we won't be able to be heard. Khalid at Sendisha Zig, the neighbor ate it with people before projects at the neighbor, the dog was she a dad.
That's a Ashina, then didn't keep a leper and it's not keep with Nahake. Because Judge Art and it must in your project is there's in Coco. Dida Kasaki cut Choya or needy cup and think that's majority of the project of the budget. Upgrade a facility, upgrade a line, upgrade a pole, upgrade existing infrastructure. A conlated I can you please listen to me? I mean, I'm not really sure what's the proper way, speaker. The nan linki pani tahaki paye tiki lakit ato yego nahat nabahin linda. Will I get more attention in speaking in English and not in Navajo? The nan linking like that, the east stagi is the good the dots in to hai by yet, hit no hai base, yet hit no hai hit I base or chat on means linking like the east start for a cotti could do his job based on which I have got the don't laugh into the nan linking which I would don't need to hit out the bunk on the shiki to a by yet. A cocodosh sazino, Abahanas, Dobehanas, a coti base on Liliki, Hikada, Bekadija, Joe Quag is kid. A coti had the Yayanki 8 to hit out and la the chapter down based on that law, but then Doko based on the need, when that land project, Nina, I see. Nel the door was so that's case the other, but oh, could that did a yato did a yakuna did a bit of this ohoto need to keep a house in the air. A coeasy ish ah 11 in la partners little as a hundred athlete and then Lily chapter resolutions that United JT or baby Nachakoto based on Lily dikir. Last deed, hit out the sheet of face of the Kahan hard up getting Nasa, Codona, so speak. Been hard in cable, they still have need for resolutions in the chapters. Which would I use that? Why were our chapter resolutions being considered? Aradik a Kadosh Mayazigin, Nana Zahagin, the Akonana, I mean, Sumaya, don't get me wrong, but you didn't approach me. I think that's one thing. But it was based on not so. But I'm glad that the proposal is more meaningful because the more funding will be going towards my region, which is okay. But my point is that per region took my five chapters combined 119 million with Ree's budget. Cut the latest one proposal Yaki. There's only 37 million. It said you did the water line. Ice S Hajla or the Coco Ende Shani Dikat Hodo Ado 28 dollars, Lindiki 8 IC to Pohas, Lalan. According to power line, the budget, we didn't say the water base had that test, like Gallup water line, in the Yeta base had that test, but base of Bandahas. A Yankee, the net, she had indicate other base of Asian base of net, they could also be a cut. I guess it's okay. But why can't we go back to Congress and say that Kohala base of on the Hain that Latin, the national base of let me cut not these or some arch with the then base of on Hain, the base of on money need to be starts in instance. For me, it's an easy way out to just appropriate the shortfall for that the Gallup water line. So what that deep what out, and I know that is not sponsorship from each agency. Chapter officials that Eastern agency cut that chapter resolution, agency resolution. The art agency Eastern agency, Eastern delegates, not Seniki, to issue cut the quack but what aid like for example, central agency, clinic, Elahanet, not article based on data public health is not last stock quack. Other Kodoba has a broadband speaker, Bahanas Kodob, Jetas has added, Arja, no noun has added, Atashi by your desk, Kodo, the quick sheet, based on Liliki, at the whole yard, go other shut, sheet at all this, what the Arja. Ako etika budget ni natin stream ko do Naabik'íyáti halet lang ada ko do into do cellular one that jillinigi is no ko do ako ay kibisha ka oche ako ay kahit ada an hita stop based on jillinigi jo the nan jillinigi ka oche to ko ay ki service do les jo to ne asa to of ye do stop of net sa et stream ko the shi tempe bicha hasi. All national need the cost benefit or you base on how people live in the net side of joy seeing it. But yet, they are you wish that based on so how can I support an entity that tells me that their services the cost benefit is greater than the service that they wanted to do in this particular community? But yet we're giving them more money. If they could show me to say that yes, it may be costing too much, it may cost too much, but this is how we're helping your community. But don't need the Shaisha, hey, Diego Khan, another what that he cut was not the nation. Could cut at the office, the community of Low Mountain Arja. Oh, CW in the season that Ayako, a phone every Isiki gave niche. Other carriers, Edo Ashato, Diego, Pizzizo, Aldas, Mr. Ade. The local levels as the Asia, Ego, Nahon, Tiki, Haganella, Hahodan, he is Ipahatins, Pande, Tahaki, the Napane, Tahaki Ade. Machine of based on the or Jetin had on Asha Nadi, Nikotan Nadot, so had no Agushi back and he tasted my seat. Our memories, the speaker, November with March 12th and down, we hit a washla. The dog president Isiki Benicha see us show the Asagon and Hinge Kedi, Hasa chapters, people let us say, Elahit Ashin Koton Hitch, Hatot. A adabas is son of say, hot egg on the Natan could have it up yes, as the Hindi car H18. Adana connected by Nana Siki, Hasha, and yet what the carriers washing with our dance at the car over Siki, what no aided us stop us with the need with a other and told was not. Dona data capacity is equal to Navigation, car, service key, self-service key, Navigation, she cut was Nadish in the connect. Adult say, be the starter, she now not deep 257 the keep a yego, now what to deep patient, now what to the Consultation chapter, but had the Shahdi Quackilla, the base of the snow like Queen machine, a kid Nin. A co ado, Tagoto ado, without the Shando, Dada, who stop on the here, stop in the door, President Nez, Ladas, Tanas, the gifts for Saturday, streets on Hibish Chahat, Baby Chahadots, don't the men didn't get out the Bana Shadi Shab Chahadots, dealer in the base bonds, and the illegal in that base of your kid with the other bad yard, the Bana, it on here, Ecuador with I in here push it, 257, the dog needs what they need, or add not so, they give cash, a quacky asked the snake. Die Katrin, Eda, Nisa Quaggy, Bahanet, Dog, other Kodo, a large deep egonite, the kitty, and the lake of the Nisa, put it in riding, this kid of egg, and the lake and get the net, Sansi, with in the but we hardly get any response at them. Chinantari and also that we are in the Chinantari, all email behind season and all text. In Landi, I not answer, Nasi, Hatni, Shita Hota, Ash or Hedi, Ashataha or Z, Johato, Niki, then. Aqua out, Kodo, a shake at all innocent. Open the other, keeping the other, taking head, and she put it on him, it's neat up, the budget had the deed, need not score, which is okay, maybe. But yet, and now it's it, I think that I now it, my region. My area, oh, chapter, Kala shift, what had the shop out. I said, how can I identify and how what's another way for me to say that the region that I represent should the net to issue that's over that's it. Should the never had the shop from the 5 area, home at the with their participation, home been much a quiet. Non shadi des andividual quaggy and Eda Hatin, but non Shabaja, instead of Hatin with the Yadim Kisa. Akodat and Eda's up, Pepin the Ede, Yakitohan, Zinishi, that's after the year with let us see start at that. But of age is a pain of the Ashon, and Habak, no sin. That is not Saki. Hila Kode, Kodo, Nahot, could the chapter, Nahot, the Ined Nabe, Nahot, the Eagle, Kodoban, budget, he proposed Ilia, AD, a packet to the Banyan key, but I see with a hate by a case in the dark. Oh, that's like Yigo, and the other one that really Yego Kodoshi is happy the Queen machine, and these are exhibit budget. TBD, the Bakat TPA to be determined, the Bakat location to be determined, the Bakat. We're talking about almost 100 million of funding. There's not the means on the you'll determine over the and shit, I know that determined that the 5 my chapter needs this amount of money. So all these things to be determined, that's a Kodo amendment in the shop for my 5 region, but that's a straight law. So over that I believe some of our local communities, especially the general Navajo Nation population, don't understand or really haven't read the detailed budget, the fine line of the budget again. So again, 100 million worth to be determined. But yet here could not eat on the whole to chitty. A quacky deep and not a shmayazadi. A quacky that's in Haban, Sissin case or eat at eat ego, yard and limited Hadna all day. But still, wastewater and waterline project, Kaki, that's just my region has 0 on there. 0 waterline project. Adana Koneki or broadband, Ayasha 4.9 million. Adana Koneki electricity connection, 1.7 million. But that's not enough between the 5 chapters. Adana Koneki is a project specific Naabik'íyáti. That's almost 7.3 million. So I'm talking about the original. My chapter submitted $119 million worth of projects, but at the end, should we support this, my region will be getting 44 million. But how do we incorporate the other funding, maybe coming from NTUA, coming from IHS, coming from other housing program or broadband? The other thing that I wanted to ask people, NTAI and the last figure that I was told was about an amount of 52 million. Projects for broadband will there be any duplications of what's listed by NTUA? In terms of broadband, 70 or less than 70 or 60 million year other carriers which are those so at the moment the 257 in my memo 2000 March 12th media my social media posts the minimum is that I have $0 for water projects in me. Motion she does it now on the street or they just don't know it. A cohe de gila dila can obvious be letting dig or that's a petition as a proposal on it that's a right now that's it on this. As always at the time that's in John don't date secretary Hasha be Kate that's all the days. Article media is a chair has you the other say has his doctor has job yeah by agency has already keep the car like to know to argue Nazi a coconut a version a speaker yeah what a close I thought I need at a photo negative or the door laugh the door job the 200 the that's a Nashijins or the shade that says the costo by Yashki Hajo, cut each other, Nandinikiba, in the snow at the Shna. I don't know, NTUA, IHS, whoever, but the whole thing art in enhanced content, the yacht, it was in dance songs. In just cases as zero, Dade and Shin, the president give it to John, that's so zing. Adam Hamiyada, but ended Elan, how to hike that. I mean, after dinner, the night best to be there with the dicey, but ownership of me are there. According now, this session, the other the out that year. According Ashik, the doses is at the Mehmet Yagito, other larger Katoshi, but it's active with the Hanas seat of the art and its coverage by the Halakado. My other colleague, she had all participants and given much on that, etc. Bahasito, they thought actually not be support our test speaker. Thank
you very much for that honorable count. We'll go back to sponsor amendment. I'm sure. Connie, what was yours?
Oh, yeah, thank you. I appreciate the questions from my colleagues, staff. If you could This is part of the amendment, so if you could just make sure we all can see letter E. So the visualization of the breakdown that was provided was to visualize that your projects were not going to be taken away. And I heard that from some of my colleagues where they felt if we do any type of equal distribution or some kind of equitable, they felt that their projects would be in danger. Really, there's a delegate who's working on some of the regional projects, and so we hope that that may be modified so that they also can be within that $44 million. But what he says is that you can, so imagine you're building up your list for your district with this 44.3 million. The projects that are on there have been vetted and working with your chapters, you can build up what you need for your district. As I'm looking through the section in our binder that breaks down, for instance, Delegate Kealan Begay's, I can't find in this binder one project that your chapter submitted that has been identified that's going to be funded through this legislation as is. And matter of fact, as I'm looking through this, it's very common to see very minimal projects that were submitted that were funded through this legislation. So as a delegate, this gives you the opportunity to build up your list with your chapters, your region, your people. We're very familiar with how to do regional projects. And if you want to build and enhance regional services, we're asking speaker to help facilitate those conversations if it has to be by agency for regional projects. If you want more economic development, because now looking at the updated SDS listing, there's also a lot of opportunity there for possible water projects that could be on there. And so this is giving the delegates that opportunity to build up your list. So that's what E says. You may select projects from your regional chapter project expenditure plan from the list of projects that have already been submitted to Navajo Nation Department of Justice for an initial eligibility determination and that are not included in another NNFR expenditure plan. This is the new part. Delegates may also select projects that have not previously been submitted to Navajo Nation Department of Justice for an initial eligibility determination, as long as such projects have received an initial eligibility determination prior to being included on the respective regional chapter project expenditure plan. So Delegate Begay, we recognize that not only your district, but all of our districts need additional funds. We understand from NQA's paper that there's needs to be like a $5 trillion investment in Navajo, but she has in what we thought in terms of how we could get projects started and then continue to work with those federal dollars that are going in. Like how is Navajo going to apply for those new fundings, $1 billion from broadband? And so what could be helpful for every delegate is we do have listings of projects, and that's why we need that technical support, someone who could vet out all of these projects for us and work with the chapters to get the information that they need. So I hope that answered your questions, and I hear you. Chiaj, I respect the communities that you represent. When I worked for the late Delegate Nelson Begay, we would work with surrounding communities in Chinle Agency, and the impacts of how COVID touched all of our lives is why we want to look for a more equitable way for these funds, but also how do we have conversations for future funding. And we have internal Navajo Nation dollars, and we have a lot of federal funding that is coming in. So I hope, again, together, I know I hear you, and I appreciate being invited out to your homestead and walking with your constituents and making sure collectively we're taking care of one another. So I see you, Yash, and I feel your frustration, and I hear that from. I don't think there's one region that is the gold star that gets everything here on Navajo. And I know my region feels they're neglected, that someone else gets more than them. But collectively, we're all underserved. And so we just want a way to approach it all. And let us know in helping either through the oversight or through this committee or this council is continuing to build up your list. Because I have it here. I have the 100. I have the $119 million list is in this binder. And it's just not funded in this legislation. But it does show you or allows a snapshot for every delegate to see whether there's current funding, but there's too many projects in the column for funding to be determined. And that gives you the opportunity to fund the projects working collaboratively in your district. So the projects that are currently there, you're not indebted to those projects, but if they work best for you and you get the technical support, then this amendment will allow you to build up and provide additional support for your communities. Thank you, Speaker. I hope I answered the question. And in the binder, there's not a tab, but colleagues haven't seen it, and I'm just going to open up my binder kind of like maybe halfway through. This is the cover, and then it has a breakdown of all of our projects. And so you'll see with the check marks what was submitted in the portal and how that correlates to what's actually in this legislation. And I agree the to be determined list was problematic for myself, and I would rather have money that would be planned out in my community under our plan than just having another entity determine how to move forward with projects. And I believe that's the opportunity we have here as delegates. And so thank you, Speaker. I'll yield back the floor if there's any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That, colleagues, we are in amendment number 2. We go back to the floor. Honorable Herman Daniels. As well as in the queue right now for amendment 2, Honorable Daniels and Honorable Vic James, Honorable Otto. So, Honorable Daniels, floor is yours.
Mr. Chair, thank you very much. Yeah, honorable members of the Naabik'íyáti committee. Just not us also. Very nervous because you know what's been. The year advance as case of either. I don't know Alita a nation so advance as case Katida. I don't know before as we have an amendment can go to damage so it's good about Shema. I'll get crowded or to damage so yes, if I case the national advance case go. I don't know legislation. Looking at this legislation, the year or even as the sheet to what I'm a shackle. And however we do this, yeah. And has the election. With the amendment and how to take election. We're not going to cover everybody. We're not going to cover all the 110 chapters. And now take election. How we should have the election.
with the original legislation 25721. And has the violation. I don't know what the amendment they made that. The Queen and has the violation. The way could I'm thinking about the remote chapters there, the rural chapters laid has underneath, like for my region, now it's on Paiute Mesa, out of the Tall Mountain area. They gave about this case out of Navajo Canyon. We are in the canyon, the way not as on Donan and the way down. Maybe to the time in the canyon. About this case, but a crocodile by it's been over a year. There's on height and a double. Now, kid the field so. Over as a paint of an asked it a meal so. Over didn't as nothing else, nothing over a shot. The meal yard over didn't as nothing over. It's nothing I think basically $2 million, $2 billion, 79,461,464. Well, actually, so put that the neck is about. Message that is Sunday in the Schneckdorf. A street of Sun, the Ghana, I see it. I is Sun given now, but okay, so at the neck is a good at the door. And the eight is me. Because the 8 and the London is what is. According to the way that 2024 December, I didn't have a conversation. I don't want to say that I'm not on this. So within I know A, based on the Georgia. December 2024 is like tomorrow. What's next question? I don't know what I was just given. 1 years, I know. Zana, I took a dollar. Cares at a week. Say, could have a cat wish, not cat wish, the cat wish yonder. It's other shadows eating its each on the way, hardship on the up Gana was ya. When now, that long saw you about this case, Stephen. According to the way, it's a man that gave it all. Then it's a gig could all. I should put down nets, I should put down nets. But the way that what again says delegates that represents multiple chapters, 5 chapters, 6 chapters, 8 chapters, equal out of equal distribution. I mean, although I see you watch terrible, that is a case. I know on the way that 2 chapters, 1 chapter, but if you represent 4 or more chapters, for my region, for the 4 chapters. And Dr. Element, and if she can attest to this. The Queen, she invited me. So could one away that amendment as Yagi without Ashiko Hanet Zan, but has people left. According to the original legislation had the Yagi. We have a Hanet Zan, so with the Hanet Zan, other creation projects, a bit at all. So the Hashika even me that all now $3. Delegation of Shada $8. Say Shada $8. Other side of a night, Avana $8. Oceana $80 $1. The Shat $80 $1. So, but the rate of process case and now at the local level. Hope be in a hotel. Based at sea, be in a hotel. As Twiddle Sani has done the way that during the winter months, December,
food distribution man say yan the way there. The corner way that down the water ya had to shower. For 1 month like you can have to sign that litigate elders. Electricity days and basic top days and Adonana Kakwa system. Kapati, Nakoti, just take it out or Yadi. They does take a cocodo. Where was the stage? No way. Construction season at the English Biga at the local level. The raid trouble and yet a year bigger. Puna state closer. Biga at Aden Halzish. There's the chain on stage data. Aden Halzish. I see the queen telephone poles that the great power line poles here, not as single. Big block over the Benahal, 20. The queen she never had not, Polish had not, slowly, but awkward a by year. A year, which is, I should say, them. She says, them do a year, which is uncle. I don't know. I the queen of sheep, what's the end of the dog. Enough was good old damn. Legislation did not make any give. Although they became I don't know, they got me. But all the way down, the men, it was not a NASA horse to start. She says, we have about Bamsa's case, she says, later that 4 chapters, Banashagi, AJ Papayashi, so if Bahasi or the Pedoda, could all men, we are died. We told all others there. Kajo ni so what and had na ko. We are just on that. It was no here. Count out of the big get and had. How do she don't come the door there? Over door, Nathan had na ko. I don't know how to get them. Equal distribution and some chapters. Or I see that car again ago. What time delegates that represents multiple chapters. ABB on this case. Ramnas Luana Adat Agiban says case. Little sign laid at the house Kanigi Aban says case either. So Ede Yakudo that Otaba has Zito Leshpedo. So Kudo the legislation equal a Kudo Ashita Nevada. It's not a case, but on the way down, my region will be getting a little bit more, but other chapters give up on this case as a delegate. But the 110 chapters, they have a bunch of other way I just teach it year in winter. So it is I don't know additionally, even Ashnish. According to the vision community development. Yego even get dashes. NTUA, Yego dashes for now. So say, had the guy did not meet. Of course, a touch on niche dollars. Of course, a could all have a Beijing dollars. Of course, they could all at the snap on the way down. CARES Act. They Lancy, land down. He cut off Nado, ARPA funds, FRF funds. Could have been Lancy, Vision community development. So she it's like tomorrow. Even I'd schedule 8 on the big. Special session, don't see about Ilya. They last see President of the Biji Kai now, it's in niche dollars. Ski for don't get never kind over. A arduous cheap, she says, Arjo Evans, that's case leader. Ski for the dog. Shut the hot on me. I don't know this cousin. On the way down, there is Argo and fashion. But I don't have no one so that tell that situation. They can't always was stopped up. I would have brought there. Put that tell that no way made it on the Snana could up. So it was about has seen what is good up. Mr. Chair, thank you.
Very much, Honorable Daniels. That, we go on down. Honorable Vince James, on amendment number 2.
I can't have another speaker, other members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. Although, if it's only running, you know, that is enough time, yet a non you know this. The Kodo, Amendment 2. Kodo, Beke, non it Ajiki, Jo A, House, out the whole partners and the peso. Jokut out, but they Tahiki, response on it, the Niki, not in D, out. Ako his out a base of the league, Kodos, need to quite a not keep let go. Ako, Shisizido, Kodo, Aya a not English cause, Ako. Ako, a Tahiki, a yarded out a or a huge a in the host, Ako. Asian in not the Kodo partners, Nelly, hope, Panet, Dowdy, see has sent the base of the top and Yankee, out. The Tado, now, Sahaki, Siki, Echo. Oko, couldn't that the whole just the base on our Rahiki, ship or just lao, partners, the Lebatat the Shahiki, Jo A deep of it in it, Ako, begin that is then. I have 4 chapters that are certified. Local governments at LGA, Adonana, Kodor, Tatnas, Bishmas, Anni, Linigi, your local governments at Iki, Ben, Yen, Neshako. How she put out a Sakoba yet on it. How she in on the Niki Kappa yet on it. Joe Quaggy a Benin, a Shikudo, Beke, Nia, be partners and the league base of Chikodados, the basements, Anni, Liniki, Oko. I not the queen, sheet a ben, or Z, non the ship. Dobenan, the city, or Lithy Abba, need loan his one dish. Non the city, or Lithanki, do a yon that in Nathan on the spinning yet, and hit that no. How say ya Ecuador, and need base Casey, Z on this. Local governments act. When are we going to give the job and duties and responsibility to our chapters? That are certified. A quaggy not a Cordoba not in Chicon. Oh, a joe, what out that out he host out. A Codelia Basil, to put out in Habo Ned Zanson, Stoko. Arden on Hikado was on the husband. She what out the partners and the thing of my certified chapters if you put out by Jane Steko. I know my colleagues, those of you that have certified chapters, they're always calling each other. One fine example is like cornfields. They're certified and they did a grant application. And that's how they got a UTV. That's how they got a SUV, they got a truck, and they got even a trailer. We have chapters, we have certified chapters that are out there, that are committed, staff that are committed out there to doing those kind of things for the community. Has anilaha halet a kodot oyodo, but need lead certified chapters, bananas edo lithiki. Dila put up with Nesula and Hayat Eto list on Sen Ako. Put out a Mahadis, the Donana, Na Kigona, stop a Hanas. How many of our projects All the projects that are listed on ARPA are actually in our Club C manual booklet. Aid, equity, donate either. We're not looking at that. Okoko, the Quishy chapters, Club C manuals, certified, RDC, sheep 1,000. How many of all of these projects that we keep throwing back and forth are actually in our manual? Accord has uncle. Accord upon such a case, Halek A coordinate Nishna. Title 26, what are the car Club C with not Nishno list. If you didn't know, A 80 partners, there, if you're what are you not Nishno list. You could echo. Akoti the need for local government acts and aniki 5 management system ye niche. Ako quite to by the need lead la. Ada even in a stock for the cheat no do we not have confidence in our chapter officials and Club C members and our chapter of staff? Jo called has uncle, even not a Kodoba na Oshkat, Ashode, thought is the aid of us. Ajo without a has an Hikode, Banaini Kahako. Community assessment, the Adadia, Nihin his Bahasan, Nahate. Akoko, Ad, the Chitane say. Do has toido sani. They can't partners day. So last so bandas aniki. Hishi that ahiki to a without a Club C manual. Beats and then told up a car. A quaking a yego a should be our a baby Hanatis the door take a hub of Honet Sanson. 80 Kodota equal distribution. Akodat, it all Kodat, Edo, Club C, Gito, Dobikahunin, Ego, on that so Jokoshi, thought Hayat, we our chapters are not spending so much money on consultants to get their Club C manual certified. Ako the Hajoban, Tizaki, so La A, Sahaunana, Sahot Aula, Enahas Ala, Jensen, Hala A, Club C. Aja has aniki to a community needs the art of the bitasto. Housing, economics, the adat, I think bitasto, what on is nas out, the Nienas men. The Niat anat sauce begin the Istado, what out, Ban the hoisting, Leco. I don't call it on Triata had the highest. Land withdrawal, the Adalia, Sahoko. Ako that L la A ben nachen so case so la A Kodoba is king as equal distribution to the office. Aho be has ani Kodoba is king that's so Iki la oyo sato do what abene nesta chokot as on says case ako AD give aho that it all the all obeys king kaito ayat a chokot as to and that all goes back to Division of Community Development again. We don't have enough staff to put on us. Equal distribution that Club C. Manual the Naabik'íyáti iniki ta asho hotal hinanis ni stoko. Satoda si eto ni sto. Okot bahanana street originale speaker. I have Panzana Nana street. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm going to change. I'm going to go to Honorable Otto So, then I'll go back to the sponsor. Honorable Otto So.
Chair, no,
So those are the Anigino, the as Ani, Saha Adni, Saha Anadni, Siki Korobe, Ninja Haki Ite, Kodo, Yaho, Ashin Sabo, the amendment has been read into the record. And Naabik'íyáti. Each and every one of us, all saying, so forth. We get that from the chapter. And then we get from the administration. We went to the chapters. So, you know, it's needed to see alcohol. To level the playing field for regions is something that is feasible. And what local governance is for, the Local Governance Act, to try to give that authority and that planning process at the local level. Oh, this is case, the Local Governance Act. What it's really intended for, because when you look at the comprehensive budget, it's top heavy at the mother government. And I think that was the framework of the former president, or former and late president, Albert Hale. That was the framework. And the concept of legislator just legislating funds, saying, okay, 100 million is going to go for broadband projects, get it out to the chapters. Indian Health Services. Oh, that's the way I see this. And he did whether we have one chapter, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. But our region is based off of population. But the chapter, we have a Department of Justice opinion. Tell me if I'm wrong. An opinion came out of the Department of Justice saying that the chapters are not part of the mother government, meaning not part of the 3-branch government, whether it's a legislative branch, executive branch, and judicial. And I believe Mr. Roger Begay was here, that opinion came out. It's an opinion. That's the position of Navajo Nation Department of Justice. And I think the framework of the Local Governance Act was supposed to be worked on further. And back to this issue of the equal distribution. 23rd Council, it was a compromising tool because they didn't want to utilize the 50-50 formula, which is law. Today, the 50-50 formula has not been taken out of the books. And my thought is, why are we not obeying that law? Alcohol, I agree to this too, also, this amendment too. I'm supportive of the main legislation also. But we get a little bit more. Just looking at the differences here with the amounts and we get a little bit more. You know, if we're gonna continue to go down this road, say no, yes, no, let's just go back to the 50-50 formula, which has the chapters in the law, where you set aside $170 million, $50 to $53 million, equal distribution to all the 110 chapters. And then the other 50 is based off of the registration. You know, that would settle it, and the chapters would get pretty much their fair share. But this is another option to get a little bit more for the regions that have that gives equal distribution to the region. I know there's chapters that we're not going to get much, but they're getting their projects such as water, broadband, home electric. And I was thinking about my son's area, Shiprock, and NTA saying, oh, it's a collective. The sewer treatment plant is in Shiprock chapter. Are you moving planning to move the whole treatment center down to another chapter? I don't know. But, you know, the collectiveness, I know these water lines and sewer lines are based off of one system where you can join system. Maybe that's the concept. But, because of the, you know, the formulas that came down from Congress, whether it was based off of employment or when leadership and we advocate off of, we're the largest tribe in the Navajo Nation. We have the most people. We're on the hill over there testifying before Congress. When we get funding down to the local area, and, you know, I always say that I don't have to justify, I don't have to say, how can I say, if someone says, where's your data? My population is my data in one chapter. I have the police department there. I have the schools there. I have the health facilities there. I have the programs, tribal programs. But they're there as a hub for neighboring chapters to utilize. And I always say, just think, if you broke up the controller's office and put it at the local level, how fast the checks would be issued, how fast contracts could be issued. Even in the local governance as young men. This is a probable amendment that I think is fair, equitable, and lastly is to be part of the conversation. I talked to my chapter. I said, did NTA come to you? I told Tuba City chapter this. Did NTA come to Tuba City chapter leadership to discuss on what water projects is going to be funded? No, she told me. Can you bring him to me? I said, NTA updated me. You're a certified chapter. NTA should be over here consulting with you directly. And I had to go back to NTUA to get that request for that. And I don't know if that consultation has happened. And Shanant, I hope that NTUA has consulted with your chapters directly because they deserve that. We shouldn't be the middleman, say, you know, come over here. These entities, whether it's an enterprise or tribal divisions, should be consulting with the chapters directly, automatically. Onsen, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe the delegate has to bring the program into the chapter. Because alternative form of government, like for my alternative form of government, it weeded out the council delegate at the local level. I don't have voting power there. 5 minutes, isha asto. What it? The hot, the bit. It was never none than that. The partners in the so I assure you have the voting power at your local chapter. Even now, it's your responsibility. If you need help pushing paperwork at Windrush, that's where I'm a question. I go, just looking through these numbers, and there's increases in delegates region for funding. And I think this truly gives you part of the planning process to be part of it. But I do support this amendment. And yeah, now to go here, so the ship to go she's not job in the convents, is it? She's not never one instant. She's not the since the show told instant. She's not the net for one bed or a bathroom. The instant she is so, and I have the population base for one chapter. I call it a open. It's a good amendment. Anyway, yeah.
Thank you very much, Honorable. So let me go back to the sponsor, Madam Chair, for this response at this time. And then we'll go back to the floor. My colleagues, just for benefit, this is the lineup that you have. I have Chairman Heaton next, and Honorable Wanika, Honorable Freeland, and Chairman Daniel Sode, and Honorable Gay. Madam Chair, probably the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. I appreciate that. Delegates, I appreciate your comments, your concerns, and your advocacy. What we can do in this technical help that we're requesting is how in your district and in your region, the role that certified chapters play when it comes to having an opportunity to administer some of these projects. There's also opportunity to work with the divisions, to subcontract. And there's also an opportunity to partner. And so I did hear from Delegate James, and it's a best practice for chapters to be able to have the initiative to write mini grants or grants for additional items that are needed. And so I think this could be enough administrative support to provide those local decisions. Delegate Daniels, I appreciate your comments and your concerns about the time to approve these projects. And so this amendment, the intent is not to delay the projects. Matter of fact, this is just looking at the funding and how it will be distributed in an equitable manner. And if you have projects that are ready to go, the intent is to move those projects forward. But when you move those projects forward, you continue to have the opportunity to build up your list to that 44.3 million. So you're not losing money. So if you want to move forward and you have projects ready to go, and as this legislation moves forward and if approved here at NABI and moves forward to council, initially, all of these dollars, we're going to have a 4-phase process. And if the priority is to get these infrastructure projects funded, as you reviewed them with your communities, your chapters, your people, then we could move as quickly as the next special council meeting to get these projects moving forward while you continue to work on other projects to meet your allocation. And so that would be, but as I mentioned before in my comments, as a nation, we also need to fix our internal process because those defended CARES projects, the nation has yet to issue a check to have those projects be completed. And council passed that back in July. And so you could look, when you look at Navajo Nation Fiscal Recovery Office, they have an info tab. You could pull that down and you could look at every budget and the budget forms, and you can see when they're stamped. So you know when the money was approved by council, and then you could see the dates that the budgets were submitted, the dates that it was approved, and we still have a lag time. So I hear the concerns from my colleagues, and as stated before, this allocation will still fully fund a majority of the projects. If you concur, and we can move that forward and continue to work on the additional projects that need to be vetted by DOJ. Speaker, I hope I was able to answer the comments and the concerns, and I agree that we should pull, and this is an opportunity to not only regionalize the projects, but also regionalize the support at the regional level so that your chapters have access to regional project managers and other things that are so far per the budget will be built up in Window Rock. So how do we pull that and how do we empower our communities with the appropriate oversight, with the appropriate eligibility review, and then working with our divisions if they want to assist in helping us with sub-recipient agreements. So they also have learned a lot from the CARES funding, what works best, and how collectively we can get these projects off the ground. Speaker, thank you. And I'll yield back the floor if there's any questions.
Thank you very much, Chair. That, let me go back to 4. Chairman Hino, what was yours at this time?
Yeah, so that Speaker Damon, Chair, Naabik'íyáti, 24th Nomination Council, Naabik'íyáti Committee. I know the amendment, Bill Amber, for sponsoring this amendment. Good amendment here. And I'm just listening to all the conversations here. And I'm just thinking back several years back, what it would have been like right now if President Russell Brigade did not stand in the way of the people when they came to a referendum vote and denied the people's opportunity to select their form of government at the local level. If the people would have voted, if he would have allowed the people to vote and not suppress their vote with his veto pin, as it currently happened, that's again recently with his predecessor, Jonathan Nez, when he vetoed the referendum that was sponsored by, legislation sponsored by
Delegate Wanika, on their form of government, denying the people the right to vote on their form of government. Let's take what it would have been like right now. We talk about regionalization of chapters, governments, and how if it would have, the people would have approved it at the local level, each regional area would have had their own project manager, would have had their own accounting team, their capability and capacity to carry out multi-billion-dollar projects like this. As long as the people are given that opportunity to form their form of government at the local level. In some cases, listening here right now. And that's what happens. When that veto pin comes out, it suppresses the people's voice. And and I just hope that Navajo people really take this to mind when it comes this year, at the end of this year. And so with this amendment, speaking to the amendment again, I like the amendment because what happened is back in April of last year, the portal, our chapters, they were given just that small window of opportunity. Our chapter coordinators were told, give us your projects, give us some projects. Hurry up, but they didn't have no. So what I see in for my areas is way different from what the actual needs are. This was from this list that the CSCs have had for so many years. And as I stated during the Eastern Agency Council meeting, that we need to keep in mind that these numbers are from April 2021. And from there to here is almost a year. Prices have changed. Inflation has taken over and so forth. So the actual numbers that we see in this legislation is probably far less than what we actually it would be. And at the same time, when the council passed CJ 4121, it gave directions to the government as far as creating the FRF office, the procedures and so forth. And out of that came BFS 3121, which set forth the application procedures. And AD, next see that in this amendment, that the each area, delegate area, they would still have to go through that vetting process, where the local chapters, they would have to go through the application process, the DOJ vetting, and then so forth. And by council resolution and moving forward. And for me, the reason why I like it is because it gives opportunity for my local chapters, especially Alamo Springs Water Welding. And the 257, that says only things like $1 million or $2 million. But that's the actual need out there is $12 million to build a whole new water well for the Alamo community, to where they are able to build a new clinic. Without this water, they cannot build a new clinic. And so that's why I really support this amendment, because it will give the opportunity for the Alamo community to have their much needed water for generations to come. And that's what I'm looking at right now. At the same time, Tojale Albuquerque Water will be funded also with this. And at the same time, though, in the meantime, Alamo Navajo School Board, they are the spearheading the Alamo Water Project, and they've completed the application. They've completed the application process and everything. They followed the rules set out in BFS 3121. Back in December, to community development, and it's still sitting there somewhere. I have no idea where it's at. And then at the same time, I received word from DOJ about the incorrect applications that we used again. So it's being sent back, and I just wonder when this happens. And so even in that's why I support this amendment, is that it gives the opportunity for the chapters that I've been working with to look at the bigger picture of water development. At the same time, though, smaller projects too, because I've been working with my chapters to try and get the application moving for propane distribution project at the local level. I was telling the chapters, do a $150,000 application where you can deliver propane on a quarterly basis to your chapter constituents.
up to 100 gallons per household, either through the smaller portable propane bottles or have a feral gas come in and deliver 100 gallons to each household at their tank. Stuff like that. That's the interior, smaller projects that the chapter constituents can benefit from. And that's what I'm looking at as an opportunity for the local chapters to go through this process. And so everything, I support this amendment. And I think that that's just where we need to move and look at the smaller projects, not just the bigger picture, but the smaller projects within the community, even like energy assistance type of projects for each chapter. Or you provide energy assistance relief type of thing. So different things that can come to mind, even wastewater, solid waste management type of things. So even that's about this, and at the same time, we just still need to move forward and get this process. Thank you, Speaker Damon.
Much, that we move on down. Honorable Monica, what's yours at this time?
Speaker, members of the Naabik'íyáti committee, Honorable Gate Petition IHS staff, executive branch, Dikro, Andi Tunignani, Hashinso, Yego Isha. Kudani Mimikirani, Yate, the time this is the it all basically that and now without the General listener. Kariba hasn't go almost on the long cut. It's a bit of those things. I don't know the details. But I not that on the heart. Because I said, oh, my shit. When he could know with the legislatures, could know based on that data. But issue based on that, they last executive branch, which are they, each of the has niche, issue based on the a could hotel, that basically that, we accepted it, which of the don't necessarily no. I don't want to open that should be in the staff, executive branch, other about the a cook area, they sure they did no way, do without our I don't know when that's what Mr. That's in the hat in the shadow, but I think it was a cat a store. A could aim hunters, Mr. You see. A could heat no even on the city. They basically they need sheet, and then Shannon makes a sheet is sleeping in the it was explained that you see. Other chapters because we passed though. Chapters executive branch of Hanoi is dashness. AD don't listen, no HK business. A good house and see top that then. I put in the 8 hour chapters always nothing. Chapters 8 and chapter 5, then they will not going to have club C don't care, no, the list. We ask for the Dojo deadness. No, the coaching club C and Dojo darkness. A coadi put out on Tazti. A codi to the Ashken days, the question does the date edition. She's a thousand. Chain Latasha is the net now a Bahunson that are going to represent 110 chapters. But once I was elected to represent 110 chapters. 2 chapters elected me, yeah, but my representation is for 110 chapters. I met with IHS. Projects, sure, there were some projects I was concerned about, but they justified the reason
Other Rex schools, other office analysis, they told me the broadband water projects that I get electrical lines again. You should now hold that. When that chapters done, then I do command it. So that in that society, how it can and they. A critique, I could need all a yard at the but on those that you're concerned about, did you meet with the chapters? Did you meet with those people that are working on it? A question is, or pass it at the list, let's get the money out to the chapters. That on the share. A question in Shadow to give with art and him. The here so Shadona needed to cancel out the aid of our native. Here we thought that we're always right, and that's not true. There's some things that we do that causes delays and all that. You got to put that. You know what that is, because you're not able to keep those lists. I don't have shit out not need us. I don't find none of this. Say I don't the question my chapter, but not the needle list. A carbon national is a year ago. What's here with that place? I think I do. To say a smaller. The government funds that's federal funds, showing kids that's in a company. I has to go through the Justice Department. He could always take not on. Sure, this amendments again will help to a certain extent as far as I'm concerned. But the time it's going to take to go through the process again. A company now, because you are there, no, but a lot of the reasons why those Michigan, he delegates need as could only have to sit at these. Because usually the executive branch or the staff in the business, it our chapter between business. The head or charge of the then have reality. That's not the case. A company now crash is in the Herman Daniels, you had the Banashna. The Kudani, asking to be let us in, so they are taking a concern in Jahan State or Little.
Very much, Honorable Freeman.
Speaker, colleagues and staff, it's a beautiful day outside. If you haven't noticed yet, we're gonna get some good sunshine here. I'm glad. Makes me want to go get the tractor ready and start tilling up the soil and get ready for planting season. Thank you for the amendment, proposed amendment to GIA. I definitely appreciate your concept and your ideas related to the proposal. I too have concerns, and as a delegate of 8 chapters, it's been. I did share this information with my chapters last Thursday in White Rock, and I did get some feedback from them. So I definitely appreciate that. Mr. Ramika, very well stated, and he touched on something I wanted to bring up, and a question related to the equal distribution. And colleagues on Carnegie, we really need to take this into consideration, and I really want you to think about this. Each of us, for myself particularly, I would get 15.3 million to take back. When the time comes, like Honorable Wanika mentioned, these would go through the DOJ process over to the Department of Justice for review for vetting. But when the smoke clears, when the dust settles, we could be subject to a federal audit ourselves, each of us. Because I could be tied to a federal audit for that 15.3. Is that a reality, Mr. Rodas? That's a question for DOJ. I'm just saying this because I'm I know how the federal government they'll come back and audit us at some point. That's just the way I'm thinking about this, Shmayaji. That's why I brought it up. Are we going to be subject to a federal audit, each of us, if we do this? So just something for us to consider. That's a question for DOJ.
Okay. Is that, are you done?
I'll continue after Mr. Rhodes answers that question, Speaker.
Well, you go ahead, continue. I'll tell you right. I'll go.
All right, thank you,
When we
Speaker.
go to, when I go back to the floor, I'll go back, Madam Chair.
Okay.
I'll go there.
I just want to know if this passes and we take home, I get to take home, or I utilize the 15.3, am I going to be subject to a federal audit as a delegate? That's my concern. 23 of 24 with our sister, Madam Charles Mullen. She's the only one that was under the threshold. And correct me if I'm wrong, a federal audit is for any amount over 700,000 or more that the federal government gives. So in some way or another, we're going to be subject to an audit on these ARPA funds at some point, whether it's a federal single annual audit or individual audits. That's a concern I have about this. I don't want to, we all make mistakes, and I don't want to have to make a mistake and have to figure out a way to pay it back. So that's my concern, number one. Number two, administrative costs. In relation to the chapters, if the administrative costs go through, will the chapters have access to those administrative costs as well? So I don't know who can answer that question. And will they be able to apply those administrative costs? So those are my two questions and concerns, Speaker, that I wanted to share. And I thought about this more and more. And, dealing with my past tenure with the state of New Mexico, the federal audit was always an issue for us. And it still does, because we have to submit a single federal annual audit to the state of New Mexico for our capital outlay and our projects. So this federal money at any time can be subject to federal audits as well. That's why I brought it up, Shanta. I'm sorry, but that's just my concern at this time, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Go back to the Madam Chair. I'm proud of your response. I'll go to the Department of Justice.
Thank you, Speaker, and I apologize, Chairman Freeland, for interrupting you when you were asking the question. My concern is, I saw several of our colleagues also shake their head, so that might be some information that's not being accurately portrayed to the delegates. So I appreciate that you asked Department of Justice. So if Department of Justice is ready to answer that question, and also with Delegate Edison Wanika, I appreciate your comments, Shiaz, and I agree, we all can learn from each other. And this is why we come together in this setting. So I appreciate your insight. I do want to say with this amendment and the language in E of this amendment, that you have $28.8 million ready to go for projects. And as Delegate Freeland has $29.2 million ready to go. And so I think that's important to note that those projects are still in play. And if you choose working with your community and your people that you represent, then those projects can move forward while you develop the remaining amount. And so that doesn't mean that you're limited on what projects. You can also partner, look at Navajo nationwide projects. You can continue to negotiate. And I think this is a real opportunity for not only your district, but your region, and how as delegates we can support one another. So I just wanted to make sure that that's clear, that that's an option. And again, this is not a move to delay, but if your projects are ready, we can move forward and continue to give technical assistance with the remaining amount that's available. Thank you, Speaker, and I'd like to ask if Department of Justice can provide clarification, as I think that was a great point by Delegate Freeland, as the intent is not to put any personal liability on the delegate, but acting in our role to allocate dollars. So I would like to hear from the Department of Justice. Thank you, Speaker.
Very much, the chair of that, I'll go over to, Scotus.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker. Good afternoon, honorable delegates. Thank you for the question, Honorable Freeland. I believe the first question was, and maybe it was a two-part question, so I'll answer it in two parts, but would delegates have individual liability or be subject to a federal audit for funds, for fiscal recovery funds that are allocated by council by delegate region? So I don't believe that there would be individual liability or an audit of individual delegates unless a general audit uncovered some type of individual wrongdoing. So the funds aren't being allocated to delegates. The funds are being allocated to delegate regions. For projects and programs by central government on behalf of chapters, and possibly projects and programs by chapters. And so, so here's the second part, I think. And you asked about the Single Audit Act. So under the Single Audit Act, if a tribe, for example, receives federal funding and expends $750,000 of federal funding per year or more, then it would be subject to the Single Audit Act. And so some of this funding might flow through to chapters through subrecipient agreements, for example, DCD being administrative oversight. And so there, many chapters aren't familiar with having a single audit. And so that is a risk to consider. The nation obviously is subject to the Single Audit Act because we receive hundreds of millions of dollars per year of federal funding, aside from FRF. So nothing will change for the single audit of the nation itself, another government. But if some of this funding that's allocated to delegate regions flows through the chapters, through subrecipient agreements, and if those chapters are expending $750,000 or more per year, then they will have to have a single audit. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Scotus, for that response. That colleagues, I'm gonna go ahead and go back to the floor. Back to the sponsor
Thank
of
you.
amendment number 2.
No, in response, I believe there was one more question by Chairman Freeland regarding the administrative cost for the chapter. If I could ask, I have a document here of the budgets that were submitted for the $7.7 million. And I received that through the fiscal recovery website. So I don't know if Tim can show that information, or Mr. Flatero can go over how that funding was budgeted. Thank you, Speaker, to answer Chairman Freeland's question.
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, the way I understand the administrative funds money
is it also goes through the determination process of eligibility costs with Navajo Nation Department of Justice. There is a criteria that Navajo Nation Department of Justice uses to determine if it's eligible for administrative costs or not. I'll give you an example. When administrative costs first came out and I was still at the Division of General Services, I submitted cybersecurity for the Navajo Nation for Department of Information Technology as administrative costs. That the proposal for general services was not eligible for administrative costs based on Navajo Nation Department of Justice. So they have a criteria that they have to follow. So each of those have to go back through the process of getting set up. The other ones that you should be aware is that when you're going to be going into this, NTUA had on the CARES defunded, they had 8 agreements that went through to get them their funding. So each category that you have out of the 66 category, now additional category, each one is going to require a different contract, and each one is going to require an individual K count. So when you start breaking it up, I'm not sure if that's how it's going to be set up. So every project that you do, with depending on who you're doing it, it's going to be a subrecipient. It's going to have its own K account and will have its own agreement account. So each individual category has to be tracked separately so that you can't blend all of them together. A lot of the programs that submitted the Neck College, Navajo Technical University, we had to send all of those back because they were trying to group them all together. They're looking at it as if it's one process. It's not. Each individual cost category has to have its own proposal, has to have its own eligibility determination, because those numbers then are used by finance to do the federal reporting. So in short, Mr. Speaker, is that it would be subject to review by Navajo Department of Justice to determine if it's eligible for administrative costs.
Thank you. I'm ready.
Mr. Patero, the question was for administrative cost of the chapters. There's a division of community development. Right, that's what I'm saying, 7.7 million. If we could see that budget, and colleagues, you can see then how that's being developed. So this is what was budgeted for the administrative cost, the executive allocations. You can see the high level budget. And if you look at Division of Community Development, is it down? Can you scroll? There you go. BCD chapter central support of about 7.7 million. And then if you scroll down, you'll see chapter, or you'll see budget forms, and that'll give you an idea of how community development is budgeting, the initial budgeting of that 7.7, Chairman Freeland. So I think that's a further discussion that we'll need to continue to have, and see how that's going to be rolled out and supporting our chapters. I know that Dr. Yellowman did give verbal reports to Western and Northern Agency, and I believe Eastern, maybe at a meeting, but I think it's good. It's a great question, and we'll continue to see how we can support the chapters with that money.
Thank you. That colleagues will go back to the floor. So I have in queue Chairman Daniel So, and Honorable Elmer Brigade, and Honorable Thomas Walker, and Honorable Wilson Stewart. Chairman Daniel So, floor is yours at this time.
The amendment to KD. Satu Ninan Drive President. Yehanatse. Kada khadal yagi khabilan usle. Khode yagos. Kada khane. Chada omnesh. Da naznesh. Chise khade de ja. Tsede. Kada yosh nido. Ya. Tanatli. And Lenny in her people. Okay, is the Bansaki. Arushe is Bansus case, Aya. La has under Saho PEP. God Nashiki. Bathroom edition. A daily love. Fixtures, the days. Baiki, Khadaliagi, Eto, Rosato, Utavis, the Nekajan, that neck, the cook that partners Milbashans on the area. Need an end at Mr. Lestanza. Of course, he quite each other base of Nekajan. It is hard to that on this. Very safe, I give on this case. I don't in that spreadsheet that comes with this 0257, I only have 3 projects for 8 chapters. There's the possibility for bathroom addition and housing in the equal distribution. But in the listing, TBD, to be determined, to be determined tells me the projects aren't ready. But that's where I really have a concern about this. TBD because so that's my amendment. It's the other. Out of the Honorable Vice Chair Slater. It's not spreadsheet, non-source. Of course, I'd really like to request Naabik'íyáti committee members, speaker, if we could go into a recess and if we could caucus among the 24 members, that would really help, I guess, lay some of the framework down. And that way we agree or disagree on the main framework. Because it is very concerning to me that, again, part of the previous NABI work session was give us the list, fill in the blanks that says TBD. And so far, we still have a lot of the spreadsheets that says that. And in that case, I feel like the current version is very incomplete. and I would have a hard time voting for it as is. So that's the reason, committee members of the Naabik'íyáti, Committee of the Whole, of the Navajo Nation Council, I would ask that we go into a recess and then to caucus, so that when we do come back, then we know which way the group would want to go. So to the Speaker, Chair of the Nabi, that would be my request.
Thank you very much, Chairman Daniel. So there is two amendments on Madam Chair Naabik'íyáti and Chairman Vice Chair Slater's amendments that are almost similar, almost. And it seems like there is an understanding that is moving in some direction, colleagues. And at this time, to honor that request from Chairman Daniel, so to understand just what my colleagues are thinking, I can go ahead and request that. I'll go ahead and honor that, but for no longer than an hour to recess. But in doing that, Chairman Daniel So and colleagues, you're not required to be in that just as an honorary measure. Chairman Daniel So is going to ask of all of us to stay and listen to each other's comments for about an hour in recess. In doing that, when we do go, we'll go into recess. It's 2:19 right now. We'll come back into this room at 3:30. I don't have another room that's available at this time. I did have one earlier. So if we're going to caucus on, or Chairman Daniel So would like to talk to the committee, I would respectfully ask everyone that's not a delegate to please exit the room. Respectfully asking all of you, and to be back in here at 3:30. The caucus, we're in recess now until 3:30. We will start a closed door session with delegates only in this room in 10 minutes, right at 2:30. Thank you. Elected. Yeah.